hope that this actually like gets us started. All right, there we go. That was fucking ridiculous. Alright. YouTube is now up. But yeah, as you can tell, this is what this song is for. Tyranny's speech gets punished, gangs get life. No more two-tier mercy, no more license nights. No more far-right branding when the mothers fight. No more data buried, no more files erased. No more ballots weighed against a child's faith. Nemo, oh hide, still here. From the time to the seven, still here. Hello, Kinnock. Login, Thames and T's, ring the bells against the disease. You missed me fighting against YouTube, right? Not for rage, but the child before the age. Not for slaughter, not for hate, but the law at every gate. No vote bank over victims, no borderless regime, no Britain made a sacrifice to someone else's dream. Prosecute the men who did it, prosecute the men who hid it. Name the desk and name the phone, let the cover-up stand alone. Trial, sentence, deport, expose. Law is not hatred, truth is not rage. A nation has the right to guard the child and gate. This is not a call for frenzy. This is not a thirst for blood. This is law against the wolf pack. This is stone against the flood. The first road east was iron, the old march crossed the foam. But here the vow is lawful, defend the child at home. No mobs in burning alleys, no vengeance in the street. Courtroom, border, prison, truth beneath their feet. Maximum lawful sentence. Every hidden file, every coward in the office dragged into trial. No trial for the treaty, no girl for the vote. No silence for the council with the lion in its throat. St. George rake the standard, St. David guard the song, St. Andrew hold the border, St. Patrick name the wrong. Not chaos in the street, not bloodlust in the square, but judgment on the predator and law like iron air. No Britain by surrender, no kingdom bought and sold. No conquer little daughters for the comfort of the cold. Raise the bells over Britain, let the witness take the stand. Let the guilty face the sentence. Good night, Yannikai. No hooble over statute, no clan above the crowd, no marks behind the blood. Thank you for the 7 consecutives, Kinnock. Conquista of the record, crusade of the open file. Not a sword against the innocent, a sentence for the vile. Remigration without compromise, due process then return. No civil fire, let the courtrooms burn. Not only for the convicted, not only for the chained, for every hostile oath that spits upon this land. For those who scorn the country, but feed beneath its law. For those who take the shelter, then curse the home they saw. No parallel dominion, no imported throne. No hostile enclave fattened on a country not its own. Assimilate to Britain, to law, to gate, to crown. Or take your foreign idols and lay your banners down. Record the creed, record the clan, record the pattern, protect the land. No more manic surrender, no more native shame. No more Britain bent beneath the imported idol's name. Will the island keep its children? Will the kingdom guard its gate? Will the people stand as people or be processed into fate? Break the gang, break the chain, break the office that concealed the stain. Break the pact, break the throne. Let the frightened come back home.
All right. So that should tell you the tone of what it is we're going to be reading today, right? I just had to finish that last morsel of pizza. Anyway, before I collapse into a food coma, right? Let's start this recording. All right, so this is part 2 of reading the 218-page document of the Rape Gang Inquiry. Again, if you didn't, if you're not aware of it, there's going to be some heavy, disturbing Marquis de Sade style shit in this. So let us continue again to see, as I keep saying, what the British government did to its own people by importing hostile foreign actors. So, okay, good, I am recording. Sally. Sally is the mother of a daughter who was found guilty of 9 counts of perverting the course of justice for lying about being groomed by an Asian grooming gang and sentenced to 8 years in prison. Despite this, Sally believes there is evidence to suggest her daughter was a genuine victim of the gangs. You remember the, again, I think it's literally the last one we read about. Was, where was it? I think it was this one. Okay, no, it's not. Well, I know what page we're on, so. Oh, is this fucking... Hold on. Okay. Yep, there it is. Right here, page 31. When the cops give the, when the cops give Fiona back to the, grooming gang, and they say, have fun with her, right? So, again, the cops are in on this. They are very well aware of this, and they very well are participating in this. So, let that inform what we're seeing here is, again, like perverting the course of justice for lying, quote unquote. Was she actually lying, considering the numbers that we have? Or did the cops just decide to side with the Pakistani grooming gangs, right? I don't know. I suspect that they just decided, it's just the culture of this particular, gang to, rape white girls, right? And how dare the white girl violate their culture by speaking out against it, right? So, Sally described a previously stable working family life until housing instability and family stress coincided with changes in her daughter's behavior. The house the family were buying fell through, but they had already moved out of their family home and all their possessions were in storage. A family friend was able to rent them a renovated property on a short-term basis, but it was not ideal for a family with 4 children. It was only meant to be temporary, but the family ended up staying there for 10 months. Sometimes there's nothing more permanent than a temporary solution. That's all I have to say. Let's see. Her daughter began making up stories, such as claiming her mother and stepdad were going away and leaving her to look after her 5-year-old brother at school. This resulted in school involvement in their family life. The stresses the household was under led to arguments that brought in both the police and social services. After leaving school at 16, Sally's daughter began working at a local pub. So you can't be bothered to fucking... Yeah, next level victim blaming, right? Yes, hello, Robert Kinley. This is live. Oh, yeah. So these fucking piece of shit cops, right? They can't be bothered to, again, like, properly investigate, when a white British girl is, a Christian white British girl is saying, and by the way, the Christian part is the most important part here, because you're going to see not a lot of these victims were, actually Muslim. And because it is a religious conquest that they're doing here. But anyway, so they won't investigate her. In fact, they'll accuse her of being an evil racist and perverting justice for reporting on the fact that she was raped by these men. But at the same time, right? So they won't involve themselves in that. But, oh yeah, there's some house instability. Let's crack after the parents, right? Absolutely disgusting behavior. On one occasion, she was invited to a party. Sally received a call later that evening from one of her daughter's friends saying that her daughter was lying on the pavement outside the property. That's not a good sign. If Sally couldn't pick her up, they were going to take her to the bus stop and leave her there, as she was making too much noise. Her mother found her lying on the ground. She was making a horrendous wailing sound and kept saying not to touch her. Now, that's pretty indicative. Her mother recognized that something was seriously wrong and took her to the hospital. Sally's daughter told the nurse carrying out the examination that she had been sexually assaulted. The hospital notes recorded that her genitalia were swollen and red. The hospital reported the incident to the police. Sally's daughter then received threats via Snapchat, became scared about the outcome of the case, and withdrew from the process. Again. Hold on. Receive threats, again, as I said beforehand, this is a very common way of controlling victims, is to threaten to hurt them or their family, especially young ones. Let's see. Around the same time, social services closed their case on the family. Oh, who would have fucking guessed? Sally believes her daughter did not want to invite more trouble into the household. Well, sometimes you invite more trouble by actually not inviting trouble, right? Sometimes by trying to avoid the conflict, you actually cause the conflict. Yeah, I'm going to get through the whole thing, Kionella, right? Like, I'm going to read the whole thing over time. It's not going to be a one and done thing, because I don't have the stamina to read this for like 5 hours straight. But yeah, the horror continues indeed. This and one more session probably. Well, it depends. I started earlier than yesterday, so hopefully I'll be able to get through more of this. So hopefully this one and the next, will be the last session for this. Oh yeah, here I am. It later emerged in court that they had all been smoking cannabis. Sally believes her daughter had participated and that something had happened to her, but she was found guilty of lying about being raped. Now, granted, if you are actually lying about being raped, that should be a crime, but I don't really trust this system to evaluate someone actually, again, I don't trust the evaluation of the system, considering the other cases in this that we're going to be going through that, indicate the police didn't actually do their job. But, admire the dedication. This is the least that anyone can do, to be perfectly honest. Doesn't really take much dedication for this. Let's see. Sally's daughter then began working as a kitchen assistant at a care home and a glass collector at a nightclub, in addition to her pub job. After turning 18, she was able to work behind the bar at the nightclub, where her behavior began to change, as it often would. She would return home with cuts and bruises. On one occasion, she came with a black eye and said there had been a fight in the nightclub, and she had been hit accidentally. I don't believe that. She appeared more tired and distressed than usual. Let me see. Sally began to notice that her daughter's phone would ring regularly with Asian men's names appearing on the screen. Again, did they say Asian, or is Asian what the report said? When asked about them, her daughter tried to hide the calls. The bar manager stopped her daughter from working on the main floor because she was small, and they struggled to keep track of her. They also ensured she was always paired with another older member of the staff, as the Asian men would harass her if she was working alone. One Asian man gifted her a gold chain. Ah, yes, gift giving. Another common thing that these bastards do. Anyway. Sandra Sang, I don't know how to say your last name, sorry. Yo, bro, I just wanted to show some real love for your stream, Lit, because you've genuinely got crazy potential, and I'd love to connect you with a top Twitch streamer who pulls thousands of like this. Maybe later. Anyway, let's see, definitely some stomach, though. Kind of, right? I do have a stronger stomach than a lot of people. That's not necessarily a good or a bad thing, though. Okay. Okay, I was after the gold chain thing. Sally's daughter began saying she wanted to move away from home. She had regularly traveled to a nearby town by train. Sally would pick her up and drop her off at the station, and she never appeared to have been drinking or using drugs. One day, Sally returned home to find her daughter and had left with her possessions and was ignoring her calls. She had told work colleagues that she had moved because her stepfather was harming her, but this was not true. Okay, let's see. After a few days of investigation, Sally managed to find where her daughter had moved to. When she arrived at the flat, she found her daughter with 2 police officers to whom she was reporting an allegation of rape. When her daughter handed in her phone as evidence, the police found hundreds of messages from Asian men. They believed she was being groomed. She was later found guilty of lying about a rape she had reported. So, again, handed in her phone, they found the actual hundreds of messages from these Asian men. And, you know, even the cops believed she was, like, being groomed. And the courts found her guilty of lying about being raped. So, yeah, again, this is the caliber of people who rule over you, by the way, right? Let's see. Yeah, the bot. Hello, Philip, right? Happy Father's Day, right? Oh, my God. Okay. Over the course of the following year, Sally reported her daughter missing 39 times. She would often turn up in various towns across the region, battered, bruised, intoxicated, or on drugs. She was usually without underwear and spent increasing amounts of time in hospital. One police force made a referral to the NRM, believing she was a victim of trafficking. Another police force repeatedly arrested her and seized her phone, which meant the referral agency could not contact her as her number kept changing. Interesting, right? Let's see. One incident involved Sally's daughter being locked in a room above an Indian restaurant with the man refusing to let her leave. The police ignored it, believing she was lying. Another incident involved an Asian man following her, trying to grab her and take her away. Thankfully, she was with her sister and friends, who quickly put her in a taxi and sent her home. That same man was later arrested for breaking into a woman's house, sexually assaulting her while she slept. Nevertheless, the police still insisted Sally's daughter had been lying about the earlier incident. It's like, oh yeah, the man you said raped you, you know, did break into someone else's house and rape another woman, right? But that doesn't establish that what you said about this case was actually true. You're still a lying cunt, right? The fuck is... Again, monsters everywhere, right? The police believe she had a mental health condition and was deliberately self-harming, put herself in dangerous situations. They wanted to have her sectioned, but a doctor disagreed, noting that she still had capacity. So the police are saying we gotta put her in the box, and the doctor's like, no, this is not a put her in the box situation. Ah, the Asian men, right? Yes, exactly. The Asian... Can you tell why back in 10 years ago, the Sikh Awareness Institute, Society, jumped on this shit? Because it was like, well, hold on, we're Asian and we're not involved in any of this shit, right? Or at least they weren't. I don't know about other Sikhs. Another incident involved a different Asian, quote-unquote, man, who refused to leave Sally's daughter's flat. Police told him to leave but asked no questions. He left behind a balaclava, yet the police showed no interest despite him carrying it while visiting a young woman. After her flat door was kicked down in yet another incident while she was missing, she returned to her mother's home. So, yeah, again, violence, right? They're not being put in the box for actually physically hurting people, right? So they're just going to escalate the violence up to the point of kicking down the door. We don't see as much of this in Texas because that's a good way to get shot. So maybe Britain should think about giving citizens the right to own guns. Citizens specifically, right? So Sally's daughter later explained that she had moved away to keep her family safe. She claimed she had been told that if she did not do as her abuser said, they would harm her brother, rape her sister, and firebomb the house. Hey, remember when I said last episode about threatening family members is like one of the ways these people control like their victims? Again, she had lied to her colleagues about her stepdad to avoid bringing repercussions on the family. Now, this is disgusting, to be perfectly honest. Lying about, again, so she had lied to her colleagues about her stepdad to avoid bringing repercussions. Lying that someone else is abusing you is fucking disgusting behavior, but you could see why she did it, right? It's, again, because they were threatening if she didn't keep a lid on it, they were going to hurt her family. Again, let's see, would harm her brother, rape her sister, firebomb the house, right? Nope, could give the plebes ideas. Let's see. She went missing again. The police stated they believed she was making the whole thing up and injuring herself, so they charged her with perverting the course of justice. Part of her bail condition required her to not leave Sally's house. The following week, her daughter attempted suicide by overdose. Rarely works. She went missing one final time and was found in a field with injuries to her head and ear and a severed finger and numerous cuts and bruises. So, I'll let you figure out how she lost the finger. Following this, she wrote a post on Facebook alleging she had been a victim of grooming gangs. The post went viral. Within half an hour, the police arrested her and she was sent to prison. Following her daughter's conviction, the family experienced sustained harassment, intimidation, particularly from one Muslim man. Sally reports repeated failures by the police to protect them. She believes her daughter was a vulnerable young woman who lied at times, but was nevertheless groomed. By the way, this is why when you're reporting a crime, do not fucking lie about anything, because it casts doubt on the entire. Because again, the lawyer will. Obviously, because, the defending lawyer for the other side is going to have to defend the other side, right, as best it can. It's literally his fucking job. And if you are dishonest intentionally about certain things, they can use that to cast shade on your entire character. And, that's just how the game is played. So don't fucking do that. But I understand why she did it, even if I do think it's still reprehensible that she did do this. Hello, Road. You've entered into more horrors beyond most people's imaginations, but sadly not mine. Let's see. Okay, yeah. She believes her daughter was, okay, yeah, so we already covered this part. So let's talk about Marlon. Oh, wait, why didn't they have they didn't have a section for this one? Okay, so apparently we're not getting one of these, quote sections for each of these. So... I wish I had known that beforehand. I would have probably read more. So, Marlon is the father of a daughter who was a repeated victim of grooming as well as being repeatedly failed by authorities. Seems to be a pattern. Marlon reported his 14-year-old daughter, Scarlett, missing a number of times because she was being groomed and exploited. The police informed social services that what Marlon was doing was appropriate as he was acting to safeguard his daughter. However, social services did not accept the police's assessment and instead dragged out the investigation for 3 months. During that time, his daughter disclosed concerns to her school, which resulted in social services attending Marlon's home. While his daughter was present, they told him that if he tried to stop her from leaving the house, she should call social services or the police. While his daughter was present, they told him that if he tried to stop her from leaving the house, she should call social services. That's a weirdly, that's a weird sentence. Yes, story time. This is definitely story time. Hello, Kura. I have a feeling I'm going to be using these emotes often again. Probably. Yeah, you're going to glow. If you thought it was bad, some of these stories get way worse. Maybe having read the Marquis de Sade, helped to prepare me for this particular moment and thing. Okay, so social services undermining his parental authority by the way, this is a real issue with social services, by the way, resulted in her missing episodes escalating dramatically. Social services effectively gave her permission to go missing, and the case was then closed without meaningful intervention. Marlon placed a formal complaint to social services stating that he was struggling to cope with his daughter's missing episodes. The social worker assigned to him following this openly stated to him that they were only taking the case because of his complaint. This made him feel like the problem rather than a parent concerned with safeguarding his daughter from abuse. I will say that, like, CPS in the United States is also a bit of a... CPS can be described as, like, one of the largest child trafficking organizations in the world. But, yeah, social services have a habit of just making things worse, to be perfectly honest. Sometimes social services do good work, but social services also oftentimes make things way worse than they already were. Let's see. On one occasion, Marlon stood in front of the door to prevent his daughter from leaving late at night, resulting in her repeatedly kicking him and breaking 3 of his fingers. He reported this to social services, who simply stated he should walk away when she becomes violent. Even after showing them the bruises on his back that he received as he walked away, they did not change the advice they gave. Marlon remains convinced that if his child were male and he were female, the response would have been different. Oh, it certainly would have been, right? That certainly would have been. What do you mean you beat your mother, right? Oh my God. Marlon would often spend his evenings driving in search of his daughter until 3 or 4 a.m. while having work the following day, which his employer was not supportive of. He often reported her missing to the police, who would sometimes turn up to his house many hours later. On one occasion, he saw footage of the police saying not to bother even waking him. This made him feel more like a problem rather than being the safeguarding emergency that it was. I mean, yeah. Just treating him like, again, an issue that, like, just keeps popping up instead of like an actual dad worried about his daughter, right? Excuse me. Scarlett was unlawfully excluded from school due to grooming-related behavior and assigned a new school where the grooming gang operated. So, again, she was unlawfully, this was a violation of the law, excluded from the school due to grooming-related behavior. So they knew the problem, and they assigned her to a new school where the grooming gang operated. Hey, you remember the previous story again with the cops handing off the kid and telling the gang, have fun with her? A multi-agency risk management meeting was eventually convened with Children's Services and the police's missing from home team. While the meeting was ongoing, one of the police officers in attendance told Marlon to stop reporting his daughter missing. Again, he's absolutely right about this. He is being seen as a nuisance. That's why they tell him to stop reporting his daughter being missing. That's why they don't, like, allow... Because let's be fair, if he actually put his hands on his daughter and tried to restrain his daughter, right, from her violent outbursts, which is the right of a parent, by the way, I guarantee you social services would have gotten involved and he would have been in trouble, not the other way, or, you know. So, just saying. Marlon challenged this, which resulted in police officers shouting at him in front of all in attendance. The officer has since been dismissed. Good, but he should have been arrested. The social worker and manager present did not intervene, but privately acknowledged he was right to continue to report his daughter missing. They refused to launch a formal complaint against the officer. Again, this is a real problem with police just giving blanket immunity, right? Being given blanket immunity. This officer's conduct got him dismissed, right? But they refused to launch a formal complaint against the officer. We glow because we care. Yes, that is understandable. Pippa, get the chippy. Set it to low gear. That is a reasonable response, to be perfectly honest. Shortly after this, his daughter went missing for several days and was eventually found at Marlon's mother's house, unkempt, distressed, and stating that she had been raped. Care staff returned her to the location of the rape, thereby destroying forensic opportunities, and failed to report it to the police until days later. By the way, staff is actually trained, at least in the United States, to recognize this kind of stuff. And to, again, take care to, again, call the police so that the scene can be preserved. Care staff here returned her to the location of the rape, thereby destroying forensic opportunities, and failed to report it to the police days later. It is literally illegal, at least in the United States, for a care staff member to not report this to the police if they were to encounter this. But I don't know, maybe it's illegal in the United Kingdom too, and the law just wasn't enforced, right? It is anarcho-tyranny that we're reading here, right? Like, again, the state doesn't exist to help the law-abiding. It exists to protect the criminal. Marlon had to make his own referral to the Rape Crisis Center, by which time forensic evidence was lost. Yep. The perpetrator was arrested but bailed with the condition not to contact Marlon's daughter. Immediately upon leaving the station, he called her and threatened her life. Again, the reason why you don't see this as often in, like, Texas is because this is a good way to get killed. Let's see. And this is another reason why I definitely support the Second Amendment, right? He was an adult and drug dealer, and his associates soon began attending Marlon's home. His daughter was terrified of them. An older woman began to groom and manipulate Marlon's daughter under the guise of friendship. This is also a very common thing. Again, using older women to do this. Now, in the case of, again, Islamic gangs, this can be the case of one of two things. It could be an older woman who is also being trafficked, who is using this to potentially get, again, a better spot in the already bad situation, right? Or it could also be a Muslim woman, oftentimes, cooperating to, again, humiliate the kafir. Doesn't really specify yet. Okay. After another missing episode, Marlon was able to trace his daughter to a specific property. Despite repeated calls and reports of men entering the property, both police and social services failed to remove her or issue an abduction warning notice. They didn't even notice a warning of abduction, right? Basically, she didn't even get an Amber Alert, basically, right? His daughter was later found to be the victim of criminal exploitation, including drug supply, prostitution, and being forced to dig up a firearm. These acts were directed by the older woman, amongst others. Yep. Again, women participate in this shit too, and if you're gonna hang the men, hang the women too, right? At this point, the impact on Marlon was catastrophic. He was physically exhausted, anxious, depressed, and lived in constant fear. He was attacked by masked individuals in his home, with the police response delayed and dismissive. Because again, let's be fair, if he puts his hand on the, daughter to, restrain her, he's gonna go to jail. If he puts his hand on the people attacking him in his own house, he is gonna go to jail. It's very clear that these police are protecting the grooming gangs, not him, right? And he is very well aware of it. Let's see. Where this dealer at? I just want to talk. I just want to talk to him, right? Is that Lapis? That is Lapis. Let's see. Yeah. The entire country is basically of the I just want to talk to him. I just want to talk to him. You know, that scene in Family Guy where they're loading the shotgun. And it's like, I can understand that. I do think again there needs to be a Nuremberg style trial, and everyone who was involved in this, including the social workers and the police that participated in this. I think that, again, they should all get life in prison, forced to do hard labor, and all that money siphoned back to the families they hurt. Or, counterpoint, they can be hanged. I don't really, it's not really my country. I don't get to make the decision. But, I guess technically you could recuperate the losses by, again, making economic use of the bodies. So you don't just throw away the bodies, but maybe you use the bodies for, science. Or maybe, I wouldn't exactly suggest taking organs from these people for, medical purposes, because, let's be fair, these people are almost certainly riddled with STDs, given all this. And if they're this disgusting, I don't necessarily think I would trust anything like a blood transfusion, organ donation, like anything from these people. So it's like, yeah. As long as they're able to make money off of like either their imprisonment or their execution, and that money goes directly to the victims, I don't really care. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Marlon's daughter was eventually taken into secure care where she was subjected to further abuse. It happens more often than people think. People, kids get taken by CPS, and abused in CPS is a thing that happens often too, including sexual abuse by staff and other children. The other children thing is a thing that also happens more often than people want to think. Neglect and safeguarding failures. Marlon made multiple complaints at a court hearing. Social services attempted to place his daughter on a child protection plan for emotional abuse and neglect by Marlon himself. So let's get this straight. The dad, who is powerless to stop his daughter from walking out of the house because he's going to get thrown in jail if he does so, is himself the one who's being charged as if he's a criminal under a child protection plan. And the reason why is emotional abuse and neglect. They put him in a situation where if he acts, he gets sent to jail because of abuse. But if he doesn't act, or he refrains, he will be, again, potentially jailed for neglect. This is the way that they do this. Right? Again, this is anarcho-tyranny. This is making it impossible for the native to be law-abiding, and impossible for the, again, foreigner to be criminal. This is a complete subversion of the legal system as it is supposed to work. However, the judge intervened and ordered this to be amended to be recorded as beyond parental control. Based fucking judge, by the way. The judge is the one who stepped in and said, no, this is fucking beyond the pale. This is beyond parental control. Yes, it is. Oh my god. We at least got a silver lining for this fucking poor guy, to be perfectly honest. Marlon's daughter continued to be moved between unsuitable placements. She was groomed repeatedly, trafficked, forced into drug supply, and raped by adult men. She became pregnant as the result of rape. The handling of her termination by professionals was traumatic and negligent. Police later charged Scarlett with intent to supply Class A drugs despite her being a victim of trafficking, and on the National Referral Mechanism, which, by the way, remember, is the national catalog of people who are, being, that are suspected of having been trafficked, right? So they literally have this information available to them, and they still ignore it to punish Scarlett, the rape victim, the trafficking victim. Again, this is the result of critical criminology. The idea of placing Marxist class consciousness into the legal system. Who's the oppressor? Who's the oppressed? Well, the oppressor is the legal system, and then the oppressor is the criminal. Right? So the law-abiding and the law-enforcing are the, according to this, again, criminological Marxist lens, the oppressor, the bourgeois, are the law enforcement and the law-abiding. And the oppressed, the proletarian, are the criminal element. This is what actual Justice Warrior calls the baby angel Aladdins, right? This is literally the baby angel Aladdin theory put to use, right? In exactly the way it was intended to. You'll see a lot of, in critical criminological studies, you'll see a lot of things where it's like, oh yeah, this is what we really mean. It doesn't, but no, this is the exact point that they're trying to do. Anyway. Okay, here we go. Scarlett was placed in a unit run entirely by male Muslim staff where she was groomed again. Racist abuse and extremist comments were made to her. Marlon again raised concerns which were ignored. Again, the police are absolutely, at this point, the police are absolutely in on it. But again, this is not negligence. This is actively malicious, right? So they know what's going on, and then they send her to this institution, knowing that this is going to happen to her. The entire point of this is to hurt her. Let's be totally clear about this, right? This is demoralization. In fact, this is exactly what Marlon is going through, is total demoralization. And it is the police structure that is doing this. Kura says, I have so much I want to say as far as sentencing goes, but yeah, well, again, nothing other than the content of your own soul is really of primary importance to you, man. So, again, cultivate a virtuous character, and obviously justice has to be done, right? But we got to do so with reason, because reason is the life of man. It's the way that we actually interface with reality. Let's see. Here we go. Despite his repeated attempts to help his daughter, he has experienced many instances of violence from her as a result of trauma and grooming. Yeah, this also happens a lot, right? Because they become emotionally dysregulated. They literally can't control themselves. That's what dysregulated means. And it's often because the trauma of the grooming is something they can't really handle. They don't know how to handle it. And so they have these outbursts of emotion they can't control. Yeah, it's just a clusterfuck, right? He has experienced many assaults, received black eyes, and had to sleep barricaded in his room. He repeatedly requested domestic abuse support, but was refused because he was a male parent. Yep, again, the system hates him because, again, that intersectionality thing, right? Intersectionality teaches that there are interlocking systems of oppression. You can't go after the Muslim rape gangs because they're Muslim, which is an oppressed class in the West, right? Non-Christian. But they're also Asian, so they're not white. So by the critical race theory standard, again, oppressed class. But they're also... hold on, what else is there? But also, this is a male, right? This is a white... almost certainly Christian male. Therefore, he is part of the oppressive class, so he can't possibly be abused, right? It has to be the female, right? According to feminist dialectical thinking, that is part of the oppressed class. So, yeah, no, this is absolutely malicious. This is completely an attempt to demoralize this man as an instantiation of the class, a Platonic form in space and time. Let's see. He has been forced to complete parenting courses and blamed for his daughter's abuse. However, the judge intervened and ordered this to be amended to be recorded as beyond parental control. He has been forced to complete parenting courses and blamed for his daughter's abuse. Can you see how this man would almost certainly be confused beyond all, way to explain about this situation? Let's see. Philip says, all I can do is sigh for the moment. Understandable. Yeah, I mean, this is not a particularly unique event, but it is also one of those things where it's like, this is designed to completely demoralize you. This is designed to make you feel helpless. Let's see. The whole experience has harmed Marlon financially, no shit, emotionally, fucking duh, and psychologically, no shit. He states it has destroyed his life. He is no longer the person he used to be. Marlon's case highlights that parents can also be victims of both grooming networks as well as widespread institutional failure. If you would like to hear Marlon's story in greater detail, he has recently published a book about his experience titled In Plain Sight. Okay, so this is Waterstone. So I don't have to worry about Amazon potentially doxing me. So this is the book in question. In Plain Sight, a daughter groomed, a father powerless to stop it. Scarlett and Marlon West, with Sunday Times bestselling author Veronica Clark. I have no fucking clue who that is, but I don't really pay attention to the Sunday Times. So yeah, hopefully my description of, again, the interlocking systems of oppression narrative, this is a struggle session. You're absolutely right, Philip. Right? Confess your sins, you stale piece of end of white bread, or whatever the fuck Rolf said in Ed, Edd n Eddy. Right? Again, they're trying to demoralize him for his quote unquote identity, and that's all there is to it. I wrote a whole song about this exact thing, actually, for critical race theory. But yeah, because if you deny it, well, that's proof that it's still happening, and then if you confess it, well, that's proof the root is still in you, right? Okay. So yeah, this is the Marlon Scarlett went missing again for several days, which she was eventually found. She was unkempt, distressed, and disclosed she had been raped. Shockingly, Edge of Care staff returned her to the location where she had been raped and failed to report the offense to police or duty social workers until days later. I like that they actually... Hold on. Is Edge of Care a company? I need to check something. Let me check something first. Oh, hold on. First, do... Okay, so it doesn't seem to be... Why is it capitalized then? Normally, you wouldn't capitalize it if it's just a... like a... Okay, if I didn't type like a dyslexic, this would probably help. Okay, typing it in, I'm not seeing a company called Edge of Care. Edge of Care follows the story, community leaders, Edge of Care briefing. Yeah, so it doesn't seem as if I can't find a specific company called Edge of Care, but it also just might be that Google knows I'm not in the United Kingdom. Kura says, jolly old England, as they say in England, inshallah, right? Well, I mean, at this rate, they might end up saying inshallah in England, right? Okay, so let me get a drink of the soda. Ah, okay. We're diabetes maxing with this. All right. Okay. Wallace's early childhood in Scotland was marked by poverty, instability, and a lack of consistent adult protection. His mother suffered from mental health and substance misuse problems, many such cases. She struggled to comprehend the situations she put her son in and often failed to intervene, which allowed Wallace's abuse to continue. Again, when you're talking about like again drug users, yeah, the altered states of consciousness. And like the damage that it can cause to the way you think, so the noetic effects can cause you to not really fully comprehend the danger you put other people in, which is not a justification, right? It's just pointing out that that is a case. But if you're not trustworthy with the safety of your kids and you're in active danger to them, maybe you shouldn't be in control of the kids, right? Wallace's mother psychologically and emotionally abused him throughout his childhood. Again, many such cases. Oh, and by the way, with this one from earlier, right? Yeah, they talk about how, like, the family was the victim. Because, yeah, it turns out, again, when, like, someone you love is brutalized in this kind of way, it completely destroys the family, right? Because then their behavior changes, and that can have downstream effects to literally everyone involved, right? When your behavior changes, it can cost you not just friendships, it can also completely destabilize the family. Especially if the family then starts internalizing the guilt about this and asking how they could have prevented it when, in fact, in this case, it was literally impossible for them to prevent this. Because, again, the police made it impossible to do that. So, from a young age, adult men moved in and out of his life, and he was encouraged to refer to them as dad or uncle. This made it seem normal that adult men would be around him as a child. He was moved around many different home environments and learned to accept situations without question. His early experiences made him believe that adults could enter his personal space without consent, that fear should be tolerated, and that he had no control. Again, demoralization, powerlessness, right? Let's see. Wallace's earliest memory of abuse occurred when he was 4 or 5 years old, when an adult came into his bedroom at night, got into his bed with him. He could not identify who it was, but instinctively he knew it was wrong. His main abusers were his mother's partner. Again, we saw this in the previous case. His mother's partner and the partner's brother, who both exercised authority over Wallace and were treated as trusted adults. They were connected to a biker group in the area. Not all members of the group were involved in the abuse, but a core group of men were. right? And this is another thing. It was like, again, these men were probably involved in other groups outside of this. And some of these other groups may not have been aware of this, but the main through line is, again, a lot of these men, the majority of these men were Pakistani, and they were Muslim, right? So Wallace recalls being taken to a particular house where multiple men were present. It had a dark atmosphere, lit by candles, possibly snake-shaped candles, and snake-shaped candle holders placed near the fireplace. The setting felt deliberate and staged. Multiple adults were sitting around watching him, which instinctively made him feel unsafe. He was led into a bedroom, restrained, and raped by an adult. Yeah. So... if you've ever heard of Bachabazi is a practice, I think, in Afghanistan. It's not Pakistani, but there are, like, again, other similar practices like Bachabazi throughout the Muslim world, where adult men will get young boys to dance like girls for their sexual pleasure, and so, you know, rape them. So yeah, this is a thing with historical and anthropological precedent in not just in one Muslim country, but, you know, in multiple Muslim countries. It's just the most commonly known name for it is Bachabazi. Let's see. His mother's partner's brother spoke to him as if what just happened was normal, despite the considerable pain and emotional distress he felt. Wallace asked if he would receive a toy for what had happened. He did receive one, but it was cheap and insignificant. Even then, he realized there was no real compensation for what had happened to him. The same pattern of abuse occurred on multiple occasions. Let's see. And by the way, if you read the Hadith, there are precedents for, like, proto-Bachabazi elements in the Hadith about, again, not just being served by Huris in Jannah, which is like the Islamic view of heaven, where you're just constantly having sex, right, with your 72 at minimum virgins, right? And by the way, most translations in the West from the olden days have it be the Huris as being voluptuous, when actually the correct translation for the breasts of the Huris is budding. So we're not talking about adult women here. And in fact, some of the other words used to describe the Huris are very heavily lean into the, these are not adult women that you are getting as virgins in paradise, right? Wait till you find out what the wives that go to heaven of Muslim men are going to be doing for the majority of time in Jannah, according to Islam, right? But we also have in the Hadith descriptions of young boys who very much sound like they're there for the pleasure of the Muslim in, you know, Jannah. So, again, Muhammad was a very depraved man, and there's a reason why it's the few medieval theologians of Europe who actually understood Islam called it a carnal religion, right? Let's see. Wallace recalls seeing other boys and girls present who were usually restrained and drugged. He also recalls being drugged himself and losing consciousness. He would often wake alone or with other abused children, disoriented and distressed. This has caused long-term psychological damage. No shit, right? Hold on. How old was he? Hold on. Yeah, I don't think the exact age matters, but yeah, you know, you get sodomized as a child, it's gonna definitely affect your personality, right? It's gonna affect your outlook on the world. It's gonna affect your, you know, your disposition. Yeah, again, because it's something egregious that's happened to you, and then they just treat it as if it's normal, and they gaslight you into thinking that, again, something's wrong with you because no one else seems to see it wrong, right? Like, it's a very evil thing to do. Obviously, I don't think I have to explain that. I think everyone's kind of on board with that. Let's see. At one point, the police raided the property. They took Wallace outside and showed him adults one by one, asking if he recognized them. He had been coached to say these men were his uncles, and that this is what he said. He associated authority figures with fear and wanted to avoid saying what he believed might be the wrong thing. As a result, the police intervention did not protect him. No safeguarding followed, and he returned to the abusive environment. Would he have been protected given all this? Would he have been protected? I don't know. Given the previous stories we've seen and the future stories we've seen, which I know are going to include the cops doing the same shit, I don't know. But again, they make authority, an object of fear for this exact purpose, right? So that when a rightful authority comes through, instead of being able to lean on them as like a safeguard, they associate that rightful authority as, since they've only known illegitimate authority, as, again, a source of terror instead of safety. So, again, by design. Pakistani biker gang was not on my bingo card for this. There's going to be a lot, probably not anyone's bingo card on this for the most part. So, let's go on with this, I guess. Okay. No safeguarding followed, and he returned to the abusive environment. The signs of abuse were there and only reinforced Wallace's view that speaking out would not lead to safety. As an adult, he eventually attempted to report what had happened to him, a disclosure which took years. He expected to be treated as a victim of serious childhood sexual abuse, but instead his disclosure was treated as a mental health issue. He was asked to provide psychiatric and medical notes before any proper investigation could take place. The lack of seriousness from authorities resulted in Wallace's statements being recorded improperly. This goes again to the idea that, like, oh yeah, men can't exactly be victims of sexual abuse, right? Okay, let's see. Due to this experience, he made complaints to the police, to professional bodies, including the General Medical Council, and to other oversight organizations. Each process was slow, fragmented, and obstructive, and continued for years without resolution. During this time, he was forced to relive his experiences repeatedly while being met with skepticism. At no point was his well-being considered, which further compounded his trauma as he once again felt dismissed, disbelieved, and unprotected. Yeah, he probably felt like he was, again, unimportant and, in fact, actually negligible. Right? He wasn't given any kind of respect. He didn't have, he had all of his power taken away. Like, what the fuck is he supposed to do now, right? Owing to Wallace's abuse, he had experienced He has experienced long-term psychological harm. This harm has affected his education, relationships, sense of self-worth, and his ability to feel safe. He wishes for his abusers and the authorities who failed to act to be held to account, and for his story to help protect other children from similar harm. You're going to see this as another thing to help protect other children from similar harm. It's going to pop up often too. Yeah. So we have our first male sexual abuse survivor. Okay. Let's continue. Sebastian was raised in Scotland in a stable household. Sebastian's mother held down a professional job, owned her own home and car, and the family regularly went on holidays together. Despite this relatively secure background, which was not typical of abuse victims, Sebastian was raped and abused from the age of 6 by family members, without Sebastian's mother's knowledge. So in this case, at least we have the benefit. At least the mom isn't aware of it this time, right? Like, granted, it's fucking terrible that it happened at all, but at least in this case, the kid isn't being fucking sold out to the rapist, like in 2 of the other cases we've read, so far. These members still instilled in Sebastian the belief that to be safe, you had to give them what they wanted. This led Sebastian to develop a transactional view of interpersonal relationships. Well, I mean, to be fair, relationships are transactional, but not to this degree. At age 11, Sebastian was introduced by these abusive family members to a local cafe owner. The owner gave Sebastian free food, lifts in his car, and free cinema tickets to build trust and a sense of obligation. Yes, this is the purpose of the gift giving, to, again, create a sense of reciprocity. Well, they did this for me, now I have to do something for them. Let's see. From there, they began prostituting Sebastian out to a number of people. These included seemingly respectable professionals, such as estate agents, solicitors, care support workers for children, and even police officers. Even at boarding school, Sebastian was raped, assaulted, and groomed by staff and connected adults, with Sebastian's injuries often ignored by medical professionals. All of Sebastian's abusers were white British. Oh, okay. This one's different then. All of Sebastian's abusers were white British in this case. So this is actually cutting away from the Pakistani rape gang for a little bit. Kuro says, not the first time male on male for Islam. Al-Zut comes to mind, and the whole dogs are evil section. Oh yeah, the whole thing where it's like dogs are evil because they won't let Muhammad sleep with his male friend Dia. Yeah. Okay, so it seems we've broken away from the Pakistani rape gangs for a small respite. Not that this is any less horrifying. So, in adulthood and during the final years of abuse, Sebastian became aware of the wider operation of the grooming networks, both in a quiet rural area and in the city. At the age of 40, Sebastian was finally able to escape a cycle of abuse that had lasted for nearly 4 decades. 40, by the way. Following years of abuse, Sebastian, born a biological female... What? Following years of abuse, Sebastian, born a biological female, transitioned to the opposite sex and is now identifies as a trans man. Sebastian transitioned socially at 41 and medically at 48. However, when describing the abuse experienced as a child, it remains important for Sebastian to recognize that these events occurred while living as a girl and perceived as such. Okay. Okay. Well... okay. They took the Iranian approach to this, apparently. Sebastian acknowledges that this transition was, at least in part, a consequence of the abuse experienced and feels safer from further abuse when presenting as a man. This is a thing that happens more often than people think, where it's like, again, the transition when involving people who have been sexually abused is just because, again, they associate feminine with the attraction of danger, and they don't want to attract any more danger. They want to feel safer. So they transition themselves to signal that they are no longer a safe target. So, let's see. Sebastian recognizes the profound impact trauma can have on a person's life and believes that different people find different ways to cope. For some, that may mean choosing a particular career or relationship or making unhealthy choices by using substances or alcohol. For Sebastian, transitioning and finding peace and being Seb became the pathway to recovery. I have never met a girl named Sebastian. What in the world? Sebastian describes healing from trauma as a form of transformation. For Sebastian, that transformation has involved change of personal identity and finding a sense of safety, never known while living as a female. Sebastian understands that others may not fully understand the paths people take to cope with trauma, but hopes that at the very least they will try to understand. Sebastian now advocates for other survivors with the aim of protecting vulnerable people and helping develop the local measures to prevent child abuse. Now, it's clear why they have this in here, right? Is they're very clearly leveraging, again, the interlocking systems of oppression narrative to show that, again, oppressed classes are, not aligned. There is no such thing as this alliance of the proletariat, right? The proletariat of the world, the Muslim, the gay, the trans, the BIPOC, again, the proletariat aren't going to band together in some alliance and, have the global revolution. No, the proletariat is going to cannibalize itself, right? This is absolutely aimed at attacking the intersectionality narrative. I didn't know Sebastian was a female name, to be perfectly honest. This threw me off, though. Because they use his. Like, all throughout. They use his in male pronouns in here. Okay. That just threw me off. It would have made more sense if they used the female stuff for when they were, female. Oh, I mean, she's still female. But, when they were presenting the female versus when they were presenting male. Let's see. Philip says they destroyed the woman. That was the goal. That was absolutely the goal. Okay, Anna. Anna was raised in a stable middle-class household with both parents present. She first experienced abuse at the age of 13 by a perpetrator who was almost 18, whom she met through friends. He began their interactions with what is known as love bombing. He complimented her, messaged her regularly, offered to buy her gifts and alcohol, requested photographs of her, and discussed meeting up. Again, this is to create a sense of reciprocity and trust, right? England is woke after all. Yeah, we'll see how long that lasts. This is probably one of their last opportunities to stem that tide, to be perfectly honest. They arranged to meet at a local bus stop and go into town. At the last minute, he changed the plan and asked Anna to meet him at the end of a path in a nearby woodland. That's not a good idea. Upon arrival, his demeanor was cold and aggressive. He demanded that Anna perform oral sex on him and threatened to tell people she knew that she had sent him explicit photographs and that they had already had sex. Feeling threatened and fearful, she complied. By the way, this is a common threat, again, for people who do this kind of stuff, is, again, threatening to send the explicit photographs to friends and family, right? The idea is you're threatening their sense of, dignity, or their sense of interpersonal safety, and, their relationships. Let's see. Unbeknownst to Anna, he had covertly recorded the incident. A few days later, multiple men added her on Snapchat and began... By the way, Snapchat is a fucking cesspit because of this kind of stuff. Let's see. And began mocking and taunting her. The perpetrator himself sent Anna the video, laughed, and told her he had shared it with his boys and brothers, leaving her feeling humiliated, fearful, and traumatized. This was the goal of telling, again, her that he would send the videos to friends and family. It was exactly this, to cause this feeling. Anna reported the assault to the police, but despite explaining the coercion and threats, the case was closed with no investigation into the creation or distribution of child sexual abuse material. Yeah. Yeah. This is a thing that happens, right? Especially again when you import these people en masse to your society, right? Rumors spread rapidly among Anna's peers, and she was mocked and insulted in public. A year later, Anna encountered 3 Muslim brothers through a friend who was already being groomed and abused by them. Again, using grooming victims to bring in more victims. They supplied her with alcohol and cigarettes in a public park, and waited until she was heavily intoxicated before they began assaulting her. One of the brothers pulled her behind a tree and groped her chest despite her repeated refusals. When she tried to flee, he pushed her violently against the tree, causing her to hit her head and suffer a concussion. The grooming continued through threats to her family, intimidation, verbal abuse, and cycles of affection, gifts, and coercion. Anna did not feel safe. No shit, right? Anna did not feel safe reporting the abuse to the police. On another occasion, she was again supplied with alcohol. One of the brothers grabbed her body violently, dug his fingernails into her, and yanked at her underwear repeatedly while laughing. Anna cried silently, feeling powerless to stop the assault. Afterwards, she tried to cut contact, but one of the brothers located her and banged on the door, shouting while she hid inside until he left. Out of fear, she complied with further demands to meet the brothers, resulting in more assaults. There was a period of nearly 4 years before any trial was held, largely due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Again, we cannot emphasize how catastrophic COVID-19 as a pandemic, which, by the way, was absolutely produced in a fucking laboratory, was. Anyway, let's see. There was a period of nearly 4 years before any trial was held because COVID stopped the trial. So, yeah, right. The perpetrators used this time to spread rumors portraying the abuse as consensual and to boast about the assaults. They're literally saying that the perpetrator said they had consensual sex with and let me check, 13-year-old. Let's see. And to boast about the assaults. So yeah, these groups do brag about this kind of stuff because again, according to the Quran, you may take those, i.e., sexually abuse those whom your right hands possess, right? I.e., captives of war, right? And again, some of these people did describe these groomed victims as spoils of war. Because it is, in fact. And you know what? We see the fucking phrase right here. That's not mean spoils of war, but, it's usually an indicator of something, right? Where was I? In the courtroom, the abuse and intimidation continued. They pulled faces, pointed at her, pointed and laughed at her, and made rude remarks about her appearance. This behavior was not addressed by the court. One of the brothers was convicted of sexual assault and, as he was taken into custody, shouted, "Allahu Akbar." Again, this is a religious project that's going on. The complete humiliation of the Christian in their land and the unbeliever in their land, right? The Christian girls were the ones that were targeted the most, but not everyone targeted was Christian, and that was the purpose. Is because what does the Quran say? Fight those who do not believe in Allah or Muhammad or in the last day. It's not fucking rocket science, right? Let's see. And the sentencing and by the way, again, right here in the courtroom, the abuse and intimidation continued. So in the courtroom, they pulled faces, pointed and laughed at her, and made crude remarks about her appearance. This behavior was not addressed by the court. Again, sometimes you just have to reread certain sections to kind of like, again, point out, hey, what the fuck, right? At the sentencing, the brother's sister shouted abuse at Anna. So the sister is going against Anna. The sister absolutely thinks that her brother was right for doing this. 'Cause again, this is a religious project. At sentencing, the brother's sister shouted abuse at Anna, threatened her, and later breached her anonymity online. Yeah, because again, they believe that the Jew is the worst of creature, right? So why would they respect the rulings of a non-Muslim, right? She blamed the jury, stating they were all white. Oh, by the way, where did we see this statement before? Didn't we see a recent, didn't we recently see a court case where everyone was where it was like, oh yeah, everyone's all white. At least in the case of the Carmelo Anthony trial, they weren't all white. We had Hispanics and we had fucking Asians on the court too, right? And it was, again, a certain demographic that filtered themselves out by saying they couldn't convict a brother, right? Which is a really stupid way to like view the world in the first place. But yeah, and it was like, oh yeah, the natives were there were only natives in this particular trial. It's like, who fucking cares? Right? You act like fucking like we literally have evidence that you were like, right here. Hold on, where the fuck was it? Right here, fucking chimping out in court, and then this fucking bitch is like, yes. Hold on, yeah, this bitch right here is like, I'm gonna chimp out even further, right? Here's the thing. They target Christian women specifically because they are told that Christian women have no morality. But then you look at what these people define as moral, right? You look at they live in topsy-turvy, upside-down world, right? Where it's like what is evil is actually good and what's good is actually evil. So yeah, if you want to know why they're doing this, it's also a moral project, right? It is and I quote, it's basically the correction of the Christian world through absolute domination and demoralization, humiliation. Let's see. Philip Fana says this is a symbol of control. Yep. Kennock says seems like only yesterday. Yeah. Captain Terror says, tinfoil time. Rona was a ploy not only to disrupt the American economy, but also to boost money into the porn industry while making it easier to traffic and use people for that. Possibly. I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to think about that. But that might be something to consider. The thing is I genuinely think that it was probably just a bunch of illegal testing of, illegal testing of biological weapons, and one of them got out of the fucking Chinese, lab, and then, let's be fair, the standards over there aren't exactly the best. It's not that hard to believe that a bioweapon they're working on would breach containment, because it did come out in China, and it hit them harder than anyone else. It's very likely that there are no longer 1 billion people in China. It's very likely that China underreported massively how many people actually died in COVID. But we can talk about that later. Understandable, Kura. Let's see. She was eventually arrested and charged with malicious communications. Good. Absolutely good. Charge her with fucking everything in the book. Let's see. Anna states there is a broader failure to confront the role of ethnicity, religion, and cultural dynamics in organized sexual exploitation due to fear of accusations of racism. I mean, there are. She's not wrong. So, Anna said, as he left the dock to be taken down to custody, I was literally verbally assaulted by his sister who shouted Allahu Akbar. Hold on. So it wasn't just the brother who shouted it. It was the sister who also shouted. Yeah, the sister also shouted Allahu Akbar. Again, I called it. She actually agreed with the abuse of these women. Like, the sister was absolutely fucking in on this. Well, they used the opportunity to maximize profit, that's for sure. I mean, yeah, when everyone's locked inside and there's not really much you can do, especially in places where the lockdowns were really, really fucking heavy, and you don't have any, like, you don't have anyone to spend your time with, yeah, no shit that the porn usage goes up, right? Alright. So, Taylor was introduced at age of 12 to older men through her friends, many of whom were adult Muslim men. They began by giving her lifts home from school, sometimes in black cabs and sometimes in their own cars. Taylor saw the men buying gifts for her friends and initially wished she could receive gifts too. On one occasion, instead of being taken to school, she was driven to one of the men's sisters' houses and taught how to cook Asian food. Her friends spent more time with the men, but because her parents expected her to come straight home after school, she had limited contact with them beyond the lifts. She noted that her friends were already doing adult things, such as smoking, drinking, and going to clubs, where she still had a more childlike disposition. This dynamic continued for 3 years until she turned 15. When the abuse began, she started going with her friends to a restaurant run by Muslim men to help with deliveries. This escalated when one of the men who worked there, a 35-year-old Bangladeshi man, kissed her, causing her to run away. The same man later raped her when she was 15. Because her friends were also being abused, Taylor believed it was normal and that the man was her boyfriend. However, when she walked in on him with one of her friends, she realized that this was not the case. After this, her behavior changed dramatically. She began skipping school and drinking heavily. Let's see. During a family incident that led to police being called, Taylor's father mentioned his suspicions that she was being abused by Asian men. The police responded that there was nothing they could do because she had consented. 15 years old, by the way. Police were called on multiple occasions regarding the abuse of Taylor and her friends, but they consistently refused to take action. The only time they helped her was when a group of Asian girls called the police. A group of Asian girls called the police. So, when the white girls complain, nothing happens. When the Asian girls, let's be fair, we're talking Muslims, complain, the police come. Officers then returned Taylor and her friend home. Taylor believes they were that they only intervened on that occasion because they did not want to face accusations of racism, given that the call came from Asian women, right? By age of 16, she had been introduced to many more men and was constantly harassed by them over the phone. Some men would initially appear kind and caring, leading her to believe that they were in a relationship, only to lure her into situations where she would be gang raped. They used a combination of false kindness, violent abuse, and alcohol to coerce her and control her. Cars would stop in the street and demand she get in. She would be raped and then taken to the next abuser. She claims that on some nights she was passed to as many as 10 different men and estimated she was abused by around 100 men in total. One common tactic used by the gangs was to send taxis to pick up drunk girls late at night. The driver would pretend to stop at a shop for a drink and then drive off, leaving the girl behind. A group of men would then rescue her, only to take her to a prearranged house for gang rape. A number of women also played a role in directing girls to their abusers in exchange for gifts and money. These women would trap the girls in properties or use violence to coerce them. Taylor has witnessed shootings, had knives held to her throat, and a gun held to her head. Oh, by the way, I thought guns were illegal in Britain. Right. And the gangs used the death of one of the other girls as leverage, threatening that anyone who spoke out would be next. Again, I'm pretty sure, aren't guns illegal in the United Kingdom? Interesting. I thought gun law stopped gun violence, right? Let's see. Realizing she had to escape the abuse, Taylor made a detailed 20-page statement to the police. She provided the phone numbers of more than 100 Asian men and showed them messages in which the men threatened to rape her mother, beat her father, and burn down the family home. This sounds a lot like the previous thing of like, we'll harm your brother, we'll rape your sister, and we'll firebomb your house, right? No investigation followed. Both her teachers at school and her GP were aware that something was seriously wrong, but did not pursue their suspicion further. So again, it's like something's off, but we're not going to really like probe into the situation. So yeah, interesting why the cops got involved here, right? Only time they helped her was when a group of Asian girls called the police. Interesting, right? It's almost as if the police actually aren't protecting the British citizen, right? What was that thing about Aristotle? I think Aristotle said something about like the tyrant prefers the foreigner to his own people, right? Anyway, okay, let's go down. Taylor said, before they raped me, they would chant Bismillah here Rahman near Ramin, which is in the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. So again, remember the last one? The man would screamed Allahu Akbar, and his sister screamed Allahu Akbar as the man was like taken to fucking jail. Here again, the men before they would rape her would shout in the name of God, the most gracious and the most merciful, and then they would rape her. Again, it is a religious project. You cannot live in a society where Islam has any decent foothold and it's not a like Muslim nation. Look at what happened to Lebanon. Lebanon was strictly set up as a Christian homeland in the Middle East, where Muslims and Christians could live as equals with each other. And now look at Lebanon. Just saying. Hell, even in Lebanon, most people don't know this. The president of Lebanon, and so there's the two head positions in the Lebanese government. One of which is the president of Lebanon, and that one is by constitutional law. You cannot be the president of Lebanon unless you're Catholic. So, think about that right there for a moment, right? It's like we already tried the experiment of Muslims and Christians living side by side as equals. Kind of blew up in everyone's face. Let's see. Kura said, Allahu Snakbar, Allah, who's going to jail, Allah you, right? Kura said, no, they're not Asian men, nor are they Asian women. They are Hubal's ilk, nothing more, nothing less. You're right. Well, I mean, Pakistanis used to be Zoroastrian before. Oh wait, Islam conquered them violently. It's kind of interesting, right? It's kind of interesting that how often this happens, right? It's like, yes, like Islam didn't conquer them violently. There are a couple of occasions where Islam didn't actually violently conquer the people, or it's like just one of the leaders converted to Islam and then for cringe reasons. But it's like, North Africa became Muslim because of conquest, because the sword was put to their throat and they were told, convert to Islam or die. And they're like, okay. In Persia, which used to be Zoroastrian, it was like, convert to Islam or die. Okay. I think like the Turks are like one of the few groups that didn't actually have to be put to the sword. Right? The Khan converted to Islam, and then everyone was like, oh shit, we're doing this now. Right? So... But there was a time when the Turks were fighting the Muslims too, right? Anyway. Okay, Mary. Mary was born in a maternity home for unmarried mothers. Yes, and grew up with her mother and grandmother. Her mother was cruel and abusive. She would deliberately make Mary cry, touch her inappropriately, and behave violently. She would go into school with split lips, black eyes, bruising, and marks over her body. She was never asked what had happened. She was not allowed to go outside, have friends, and was regularly called degrading names. Many more cases than people would like to think. What are the odds that this abusive woman also claims she was a good mother, and that no one can say she was anything but a good mother? Another thing that happens oftentimes with the fucking worst of mothers. Let's see. Viewing her medical record as an adult, there were documented concerns from around a year old. There were notes of a rash down below with question marks recorded. There were further entries where it was described as a possible nappy rash, again with question marks. Several years later, a doctor made a note that she was a child that should be kept an eye on. Her mother refused to discuss her situation with Marie in the room. The record showed that she had significant bowel and gynecological problems. Despite the signs of abuse, no safeguarding action was taken. From around the age of 7, Marie's mother's partner began grooming and sexually abusing her. He's already slightly better than Muhammad, because Muhammad would have done that to Aisha at the age of 6. The only reason he didn't do it at that time was because, again, she got so sick her hair fell out of her head, and everyone thought she was going to die. That's why she waited till she was 9. Anyway, he would bring her parents and then touch her inappropriately. Marie said to him that what he was doing was bad, and she did not like it. He told her that her mother had told him it was allowed. Her mother would ask Marie how she got on with him, demanded she had thanked him properly, and would threaten to get angry if not. She was complicit, and the abuse continued for years. So this is actually worse than the first instance we had, which was another instance of a shitty mother selling out her children. She was spawn camped. Holy shit, she never had a chance. Yeah, that happens more often than people would think, to be perfectly honest. Again, you're going to hear me say that a lot. This thing happens more than people think. Okay. Let's see. Her mother would deliberately shame her. When Marie began to menstruate, she thought she was dying, but her mother told her periods were what dirty girls had. What a cunt. Not that she's already not a super cunt given the rest of this, right? She deliberately gave her sanitary pads that would leak so she would shame and punish her. If she had a spot on her face, she would put a large blob of germaline on her face and tell her not to remove it, otherwise people would not know she was dirty. What? If she had a spot on her face, she would put a large blob of germaline on her face and tell her not to remove it, otherwise people would know she was dirty. That's fucking vile. Anyway, when she was unwell, her mother would get her partner to rub vapor rub on her chest. Her mother would... Yeah. She would... This poor lady was spawn camped. Her mother would soak her underwear in bleach and make her wear it, which still causes Marie discomfort to this day. In one instance, her mother and her partner forced a bottle inside her, which was painful. Her mother would attach clothes pegs on her clitoris and see how long Marie could last. Marie's mother also groomed her for others, and she had to share a bed with her. Yeah, this one is pretty fucking bad. Yes, this one is pretty fucking bad. Again, what's that phrase? Therefore, but the grace of God go I. Any of us could have been spawn camped if our parents decided to be total pieces of shit. Let's see. Marie was taken to another man's house by her mother's partner where she was raped. He began to traffic her to other perpetrators he knew through his work that operated like an organized group or gang. She became pregnant as a product of her abuse. On 2 occasions, her mother took her to a woman's house. There, the woman used a knitting needle to perform the abortions. Okay, this woman needs to be hung this woman needs to be executed. The woman's husband also raped her. I mean, he needs to be executed too. Actually, you know what? Everyone in this situation besides the girl needs to be executed. Fucking mom needs to be executed. The fucking, like, everyone in this situation, yes, needs to be executed. And their fucking body parts sold to make money. Let's be perfectly honest. This one is definitely way worse than the other ones so far. She had bottle tops opened up inside her vagina. Again, this is all to sexually, again, abuse and humiliate her. Then made to drink what was in the bottle when she was primary school age. There were instances where she ran into members of her grooming network who would lure her to a secluded location and rape her. The abuse she experienced included extreme sexual violence and degradation. She was raped repeatedly over the years, including anal rape. She was subjected to penetration with objects. She was urinated on. Again, absolute demoralization and humiliation. Her legs were held open. She was bitten on the back, cut on the leg, and strangled. Again, like, this is, again, domination right here. We can kill you whenever we want. You live by our permission. She has lasting injuries. This is way worse than the other ones. Holy fuck. Marie attempted to end her own life at school by walking in front of a van. I can see that. At college, she drank a bottle of vodka and took a box of tablets in an attempt to kill herself. That very rarely works. The college counselor raised concerns and contacted her GP, but nothing was done. Between leaving school and joining college at 17, she was groomed by a 55-year-old police sergeant. Again, I told you, the police, there were actually police officers in on this shit. He knew her background and claimed that he would catch her attacker and get justice for her. Instead, one evening, he offered to take her out of the house and raped her. He went on to rape her on other occasions. Upon becoming an adult, she went to a women's aid refuge for safety. They moved her to a safe location. On one occasion, her mother and her partner went on to the women's aid office, but they refused to give them information and introduced additional measures to protect Marie. While in the safe house, she miscarried, a product of her mother's partner. Let's see. Following this, Marie drunkenly called her mother and told her what had happened. Even after explaining who impregnated her, her mother said, "We would have loved the baby in the house." What an this woman needs to be executed. This woman needs to be tried, found guilty, and absolutely executed. Holy shit, this is a fucking piece of work. Anyway, let's see. She went to the police in recent years and told them that she was a survivor of child sexual abuse and told her to go away and sort her head out. None of the perpetrators have been brought to justice. Again, like, I'm not a big supporter of the death penalty, but a crime to someone to whom you have a duty to actually magnifies the severity of the crime, right? It's one thing to be, again, raped by someone. It's another thing to have someone who is to be sold out by, again, your mother to be raped, right? That one of these things is, to be perfectly honest, significantly worse because of the violation of the role that the person has with him, right? Because it's like, fucking hell, mate. Okay, that one made me, oof, if I speak, I will glow, right? Let's see, Philip says Clarice. Kianalo says, I was lucky I had my gran. Let's see, Philip says, good parents are all the difference. Yep. We need a palate cleanser after this. Probably. There's no humanity in that woman. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to stop recording for right now for this thing. And yeah, I could see that maybe we might need a palate cleanser between these. Because again, I'm not doing this all in one go for a reason, right? I understand that, like, people have a bit, there's only so much people can stand, right? So let's I guess put it on like a video just to, again, take a breath from that fucking monstrosity. And I'll get back onto that after 2 short videos, okay? Man, that one upset me way more than the other ones. Holy fuck. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna be looking at Would You Want to Live Forever by Sourway, right? What the fuck? I'm pretty sure... I'm always surprised by who it is I'm not actually following. Okay. So, we're gonna watch this, because she asks a little philosophical question that I think we can all have our own answers to. So, whatever your answers are to this, leave them in the comment section. That way I can read them and see whether or not I'm cringed or based, right? Alright, so let's see what Sadaway has to say.
Do you think like 100 years old is enough?
What the fuck? Excuse me? Okay. Oh, what? That's... Okay. That's, Fuck! What the hell was that? Okay, God has a sense of humor. Oh my god. Hello, Captain Rudy. You caught us in the break from the horrors beyond most of our comprehensions, right? And you just missed me get fucking bodied by the Sadaway video that I was gonna watch not actually being available, so... Fair fucking... It got removed as you were watching. That's entirely possible, right? It's a... Fuck! She's watching me! She's like, absolutely not! Beep! Right? Ah! Alright. Well, I mean, we were looking for a Sadaway video, so let's do a Sadaway clip still, right? So let's God damn it, Sadaway. What the fuck is this? Okay. Actually, hold on. Okay. This one definitely ties into the whole leaflet video I was looking for last time. I couldn't find the leaflet video, but close enough.
Yesterday.
Alright, let's see what this is. Hopefully, I'm not going to regret this.
I did a dream that I wish I didn't woke up from.
I did a dream. You can tell that she's ESL, right? You know, you can tell she's ESL. Granted, I love the accent, right? I despise French culture, but I find the accent... Sometimes I find the accent pleasing to the ears, right?
I dreamed that I was married. I had a husband. We were living in a very modest house, and I was pregnant.
Kind of a base dream, to be perfectly honest, right? Have a hubby, right? So have someone who can love and care for you, and then you know, have a modest house, and you know, again, have some children on the way. Very based, very wholesome. Who took this from us, right? Who is it that took these dreams from the American? Who took them from the Brit? It was the let's be perfectly honest. It was the communist. It was the Gnostic. It was the crypto-Gnostic who took these from us. I have a whole fucking essay on that, by the way. It was tied into the Darling and the Franks thing. But I have a whole essay on Gnosticism as evil. And yes, the Gnostics took that from you. So if you ever wonder, it's like, what happened? Why can't I find someone who actually seems like they genuinely love me? That might be part of it. That might be a huge thing of it, right? That was absolutely taken from the American, taken from the Westerner, for the sole purpose of destroying them and atomizing them. But, you know.
And I was very happy. And then I woke up. Ah! It's the first time I ever had a dream like this of, you know, like... the perfect, like, you know, family cliché.
How old is Sadaway? How old is Sadaway? Is she getting close to the... Is she getting close to the quote-unquote wall? To, like, the fertility barrier? Where it's like... The alarm bells are going off of, like, oh god, I'm running out of time, right? I need to have kids. That does happen, right? Kianella says, I was married in a dream to an alien tree person that saved me from alien zombies and had a daughter that was the most interesting dream I had. I suspect Carl Jung would have a lot to say about that. I suspect any of the psychoanalysts would have something to say about that. Like, right, Lacan, Freud. I have a sneaking suspicion the most interesting commentary on that dream would come from fucking Carl Jung. Oh my god. That does sound like a trippy dream, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I don't know how many months pregnant. I remember, like, I had a baby, you know?
Did she just say I don't remember how many months pregnant is?
The perfect, like, you know, family cliché. Pregnant? Yeah, I don't know how many months pregnant. I remember.
Oh! It's all linked. Would you believe it? I would believe it. Who? The Gnostics, the Marx, the crypto-communists, right? The managerialists. All of these people work together. Oh my god. But I don't remember how many months pregnant is. It's like... Sadaway, it's 9 months. It's not that hard.
Like, I had a baby, you know? I was like, holy shit.
I mean, she said she was really happy, right? She said she had a family and she was really happy. 9! I do hope. Look, as cringe as some of these VTubers are, right? I do actually hope that if you get booster packs, gestation is shorter. Right, we're speed running pregnancy, boys. We're speed. Okay, that's fucking funny. Oh my god. But I do genuinely hope. That, like, while who's more satisfying to listen to, her Catnip or Cinevere? Oh, that's a good question. This may sound strange, but I have an affinity for obviously ESL accents. So it would be Sadaway in this particular case, right? Even though she's a little cringe, right? Let's be fair. I have an affinity towards obviously ESL accents. So, yeah. That whole alien tree husband dream was very sci-fi, I would imagine, right? It's like a fucking Doctor Who episode. So, and it's, as I was saying, though, like, as cringe as all of these, like, VTubers can be, I genuinely hope that, like, these people are spending the time to find people that they can actually set up a family with, right? And hopefully, if they do find someone to start a family with, hopefully they're not getting cracked on stream, right? As one VTuber may or may not have been. But anyway, just being said, right? I do think that some of the stuff that was given as evidence of that may have been overblown. But some of it was like, yeah, I'm having a hard time explaining it. The one clap where her hand goes down and goes, like, yeah, okay, I can buy that. Like, some of those scenes, like, are you sure about that? Let's see. Kura says, after yesterday in VC Cine, but I like Catnip when I just want to chill and vibe. Thomas Boyle says, yeah, Australian is definitely ESL, so that tracks. Kenok says, Catnip for the chill. What's ESL? English second language. So it's like, ESL just means English second language. So, like, I do very much have an affinity for voices where it's like English is very obviously not your first language, but you still understand English, you can still speak English. It's just, you know, you're not native level. But, you know, that's just me, right? What can I say? My family came from the result of, like, again, colonization, right? My ancestors came from the Canary Islands to what would become Mexico. We set up shop in the great province of Tejas, and then we fought to become Texans, and then Texans to become American. But, that being said, right? So, like, my family was developed, you know, born of admixture, when men from other lands would leave and find wives abroad, right? So it's like, I don't know. It's in the blood, right? And I think I'm going to become a racist against myself for a moment, right? It is in my blood to like the foreign women, right? Hello, Runya, right? But yes, I do actually have an affinity for for very obviously ESL voices. Kirsch in her Bostonian accent. Okay, Kirsha just makes the Bostonian accent cute, but at the same time, it's like she's very clearly an English speaker, not an ESL. She just doesn't know certain words. Kianala says, so it's like I speak English, but bad English, not necessarily in that order. It's not necessarily bad English, it's just because the accent, I have no problem understanding bad accents for the most part, right? So funny story actually. When I was in the military, I went to go eat at a Chinese restaurant with a bunch of my battle buddies, right? So this was like part of the unit went to go eat at a Chinese restaurant just to hang out. And while we were there was this lady with a very thick Cantonese accent, and you could tell because of how nasally her English was. But anyway, so there was this lady with a Cantonese accent, and which is like Hong Kong and Guangdong, if you want to know where that region is. And like, I didn't notice anything was a problem because I just got there and I opened up the menu and I was looking at what I wanted to eat, and I was under the assumption that everyone was like ordering food already, because I wasn't paying attention to what anyone else was doing. I was like, oh, I get to eat Chinese food. I wanted what I want. So I found what I wanted, and I put my menu down, and I turned to the waitress, and I just, like, ordered the food, and then, like, she has a small conversation with me, and everyone's looking at me like I'm fucking insane, right? Everyone's looking at me like I have absolutely fucking lost my mind, or I have some kind of magic power, right? And I have to ask them, like, so what's going on? And so they're like, wait, what's going on? And they're like, wait, Otaku, you can understand her. I'm like, yeah, she's speaking English. She just has a heavy accent. It's not that hard. So, like, apparently I was the only one in a group of like 7 people who understood her. So, I mean, it was a thick accent, but it wasn't that hard. I didn't think it was that hard to disentangle. I thought it was pretty obvious what she was saying. But I was the one person in like 7 people that actually understood what the waitress was saying with like no difficulty. So, just really funny story to like give there if anyone wants a story, right? And so I was like, I've always had an affinity for people with like thick accents, because I've been the translator between accents before, right? I've done it for like English accents, I've done it for like South African accents, I've done it for accents of people from different languages, like for example Japanese ESL speakers, for people from like Slavic countries who have ESL, who were ESL, for against Spanish. Well, never had to do it with Spanish, because again, Spanish speakers are common, in in certain parts of Texas, right? Tejano, I am a Tejano, right? I just didn't exactly learn Spanish growing up, but a good portion of my family speaks Spanish, so it's like I didn't exactly have to be the translator for that. But yeah, let's see. Let's see. Kura says true and real. Captain Rudy says I just dropped a Kershaw pirate song. We're not going to be listening to music today, because we're just taking a break from horrors beyond our imagination for the moment, right? But we will return to reading that, because I do want to get through this, and I do think that, like, again, more people need to be reading this if they can. If they can't handle the thing, then they should avoid reading the thing, right? You have to understand what it is you can and cannot take, right? I can take reading this. So I kind of feel as if it's an obligation of me to slowly read through this. That way, again, there's more people, there's more attention on this. Even if my thing is like maybe 2 people see it, right? That's still at least 2 people seeing it as the result of putting it out there, right? Let's see. You are indeed crazy. Yeah, fair enough. I see my Oshi. Is that Ember? Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, you're talking about Ember Paradox right there, yeah. Thomas says Kirsch's accent is quite light, but most U.S. accents have softened over the past few decades, so I may be remembering old Bostonese. Let's see. Runia is Polish. I am aware of this. Thomas says, Christ, type of fucking sentence, Thomas. That's it. I've done that before myself, right? Oh my god. Chloe's story fucked me up. Yeah, let's just say I'm glad you weren't here for the last one. Cosmic. H-Mate B did a powder can video. I'm aware of that. But we're just for right now, we're going to keep these two short. That way I can get back to the thing. Because I'm already padding out time right now, right? But if I go into a song, you know it's going to be like 2 hours of commentary. Because, like, what song have I looked at that it wasn't 2 hours of commentary, right? All right, so let's find another short clip. Actually, this might be a good one. What the fuck is this thumbnail? What the fuck is this thumbnail game? Alright. I'm not clicking on fucking Hornbit. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. The cake beckons. I'm not clicking on the cake. I don't reward thirst trapping. Honey Riz possessed. Fucking hell. Ignore. I said I don't do thirst trapping. Ignore the fact that this says fully watched. Right? Ignore that, right? Let's just go with the latest one. I'm curious as what this is. I haven't seen a Honey Goblin video in a while.
My teacher showed.
Okay. God damn it, it's a hand cam. I understand hand cams. I'm not a big fan of hand cams, so I don't want to see a real person behind a VTuber. I want to see the VTuber, right? Oh my god. But, you know, I can at least put up with hand cams, right? Keanu says, I live in the West, told I had a North Dakota accent, which is odd because no one in my family was from North Dakota, but I do go British when I get excited about something I'm talking about. That's funny. That's an interesting quirk. Kenok says Fox's accent is softened considerably, but it pops out in occasion, especially when she's pissed, right? Runia says Polish with big P, not polish to clean things up, right? Yes. You will occasionally hear the Runia, you know, say kurwa, right? Or is it no? Wait, hold on. The W I think makes a V sound, so it's like kurwa. I don't know. My Polish swearing is out of date. Kuro says, "Be glad you missed the last one." Let's see. I'm lazy with capitalization. Why did I pop it? Why I didn't pop in until now? That's fair. That's entirely fair. If you can't take the content, it's entirely understandable to like dip out of the to dip out because there's only so much people can take, right? Your own sanity is also a thing you have to mitigate. The cake beckons. I hear cake is delicious. Cosmic is a hypocrite confirmed. Well, let's just say that if likes were made public, I wouldn't be ashamed of anything that I have in my likes, but it would probably surprise a lot of people. Let's see. Cosmic is a gooner confirmed. Kurwa, yes, okay. Let's see. Runia must says must be true. That Slav episode was fucking hysterical. It is the gypsies. Must be true, right? Okay, let's get to the Honey Goblin. Look, I get that her anti-AI stance is cringe, but I appreciate the Honey Goblin, right? Hold on. There we go.
Showed us A Knight's Tale. Not historically accurate in the slightest, but I liked Heath Ledger, and I also liked the guy that plays Vision. That was like one of the earlier roles I saw him in. I liked him too.
Is this just her yapping?
I think that was one of the first times I saw I saw someone naked on screen. I was like, interesting.
Okay, never mind. First time I saw someone naked. Hold on. What?
I saw someone naked on screen.
First of all, bleeped out naked, right? We got to keep ourselves monetized here.
It's like, interesting.
Okay, that's a funny reaction face.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna remember this. But yeah.
I was hoping that there'd be more than that. Okay. That is out of pocket, right? Literally, it's out of line, but she's right? That's fucking out of pocket. What the fuck is this? Wait, this is the same stream!
And I was like,
this is literally the same fucking stream! Oh, that doesn't even have the fucking thing in there. What the fuck is this? Okay, this one's a little bit longer.
how come nobody cut about talk about your cut teeth? They're just like that.
Look, man, I understand. Sharp, conical teeth like this it indicates that this species is designed to bite down and crush bone in its maw. But, hear me out. Hear me out. Tiny wife. I get that, like bone-crushing maw. But hear me out. Tiny wife. She loves steak. Can you ask for more, right? What that whole, I think there's a whole comic series about a guy who's got like a goblin wife, and it's just like one of the cutest things, but it's like, I'm sorry, lads, but you may have to recover the body, right? I must go and venture into the goblin lands to find a goblin wife, right? Oh my god. Right?
That's just my teeth. Last question of your next model, honey. Will it be very cute? I think so.
Yeah, all of her models are actually really fucking adorable. Oh, to be fair, her first model is just like pure cute, right? It is just cute, but her subsequent models are actually really pretty. Like, yes, this model is very cute, but it's also very pretty, right? Fucking I must go. My people need me. Oh my god. Roll those R's. I'm good. Cosmic is a guy. Yes, I am. Henius is dial. Yes. Roll the clip. See, the most eye-popping like I have anywhere is Shando's audacity to be a woman derogatory act. Fair. I need that as a soundboard interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'll put the videos in the description. And actually, hold on. I'll send you the video in question, Kuro. This dangerous, buddy. Marriage is dangerous, right? What's a little bit more danger with the goblin wife seeking, right? Perfect size to go down without bending that. Out of pocket, but you have a point, and it is a point I did not think about. Kuro said, well, I already read that part. Thomas says, became deaf from skull being gnawed on, cannot hear. Fair. They found only bones. Godspeed, Kuro.
I think so. I don't think honey can make an uncute model. I can make a cool model. I could definitely make a cool model. Does your model work when you have glasses on IRL, or does it like bug out? So it does actually work. Like, I'll put on my glasses if you want. Let me pull them out. I have I don't need glasses, but I have blue light filtering glasses, which I wear.
Look, man, look, the mega nickel, right? The fucking glasses girl, right? Absolute peak, right? Just saying. We all love a good glasses girl. We all love a good short stack. We all love a good... all of the archetypes in anime have a peak version, right? You want Strong Wife? Strong Wife has peak in anime aesthetic, right? You want an Ara wife? Peak Ara wife exists, right? You want... peak Baba Lolly? Somewhere out there it exists in the ether, right? Just saying. This model gives me Pixar vibes? Probably. She is a big animation fan.
When I'm working late at night. or during the day and have eye strain. So I'm wearing the glasses right now, and you can see really not a lot changes. Not a whole lot changes, thankfully, because the tracking I have is extremely good.
I love how like her ears are tied to her eyebrows.
It doesn't get affected by them too much. The only thing that might affect them is if I have a light shining directly at them.
Did I hear strong women? You did indeed.
I know what I am.
Who doesn't like nerdy or geeky women? There is a difference between nerd and geek, by the way. But who doesn't like nerdy or geeky women? But be careful. Be careful. Some of those fucking geeky women are fucking freaks.
Don't worry.
Is Ada roughly mommy? Okay, I have enough time for one more. But is Ada is, let's just say, voluptuous, right?
I can tie my hair. They're so cute.
Again, her take on AI may be cringe, but at the same time, absolutely adorable. I would absolutely give this model head pats if it was real.
I love these little hair ties.
Ada is Cinevere, yes. That's how all ears are rigged. That is true. But I mean, that is true. I am aware of that. She has talked about rigging before, and what an interesting pause I accidentally have here. Geeky are a rarity. That is true. It's like tomboy supremacy. Tomboys may be supreme, but at the same time, they're not very common anymore, especially after the tomboy erasure arc that society has gone to. Cosmic goons for Honey Goblin confirmed. No. There are other goblins.
Oh, they're adorable. So cute. Reminds me of Ty Lee. Ooh, Ty Lee is a good character. I really like Ty Lee from Avatar. Ooh, here's another one. I can make my bangs short.
That's so cute. I've seen it before, but yes. Hold on.
Here's another one.
It's pretty. Right here. Pretty.
My bangs
Fucking cute. Adorable.
short. Tomboy.
Tomboy supremacy.
I love it. It looks so good. It looks so cute. It's
Gianello says, I like long hair as long as it's not my hair that's long. That's fair, right? Oh my god, it's like, when in that last Evangelion movie, right? When Rei Ayanami was shown with the fucking long hair, and like, I popped the fuck off there. I was like, yo! First of all, I was invested in the story in general, right? But then we saw Rei Ayanami with the long hair, and I was like, I get it now. I understand what the long hair supremacists are saying, right? Even the girls who already look good in short hair look oftentimes better in long hair. But to be fair, this is also framed in a specific way, right? Let's see. Thomas says, clearly fantasy. He clearly fantasizes HG. He doesn't goon HG. I'm not very parasocial. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. Captain Rudy says, you want a tomboy for a girlfriend? Sounds like you want a boyfriend with tits. Look, man, if loving tomboys makes me gay, then I am the friend of Dorothy. I am the man the FBI and the Army were looking for back in the 50s and the 60s. I am the king of the gays.
such a good length. I like it so much. But yeah, I can also make it long.
You know, that is also a decent point. Short hair is not a problem if the woman is actually, like, feminine, too.
Long hair. I think this makes me look more like Link. Like, the longer my hair is, the more I look like Link. Adjustable hair legs. Speaking of...
That is so pretty. That is so pretty. I usually don't see her toggle between these, because I haven't been able to watch a Honey Goblin stream in a while because of scheduling issues. But that is so fucking pretty. Like, again, hold on. The short hair. This is cute. This is absolutely adorable. This makes me want to hug the character. It's like, oh, look at it, like, razzle the hair. Just, this one's like, all right, hold on. Hold on, give me a moment. Then just come back with, like, here we go. Open the box and there's like a ring pop ring in there. I can't afford a real ring, by the way. Right? Like, will you take my ring pop? Oh my god, immediate wife. Especially considering how short she is. Oh my god, the absolute neuron activation.
Look at it all. Look at all this hair. One sec, let me move up. Look at it.
Absolute neuron activation. So much floof,
Ooh.
absolutely.
All right. If I get... Oh, here's a fun one. All right, here's a fun one. Here's a fun one. I like this one. Okay. Extra short hair.
I mean, that's also cute, but I liked it. I think the one where it frames her, like, jawline is actually cuter than this.
Extra short hair. Chopped it all off. Chopped it all off. Got tired of brushing it. It kept getting caught cotton things like wheels. It's so cute. Extra tomboy. Extra tomboy.
Thomas says, listen, if women want to go throw a football with me and play a horrible toxic game of something like LOL, I'm willing to risk the pain. I don't want the ones who watch 7 hours of makeup tutorial. That's entirely fair. Phyllis, I'm seeing his point. Kianella says, you would have to lay on the ground to be lower than her to propose Look, man, you gotta do what you gotta do. I understand how small the goblin is, right? I am willing to be like, hold on. Just like fucking, just like, again, it's like lay on the ground. It's like, here we go, ring pop. Right? It's like, look, man, if it leads to marital bliss with a cute goblin wife, it is worth the temporary potential humiliation, right? Just absolutely say it, right? We talk about, like, elf wives, and let's be fair. If you're talking elf wife, Marcel from, like, Dungeon Meshi, absolute peak. But if you're talking, again, like any of the other fantasy, like, races, I'm gonna go with goblin. Right? Especially the way the goblins are sometimes drawn when they're cute, right? Absolute peak.
There's also why do I keep making like baby noises whenever I'm trying to do something?
It's just a verbal tick. It's not baby noises.
It's kind of my go-to now, and it does not need to be my go-to. Where did you pick up this habit, honey? Just getting started. We're just getting started, baby. All right. I think this is the last hairstyle I got. Oh, it looks really good with the laurels.
All right, you know what? I'm sold. I'm absolutely sold. Man wishes. All mankind wishes that they could find a woman that activates their neurons the way that this activates my neurons. I'm just saying, right? Be like, again, absolutely. Where's my ring pop? Where's my ring pop? Right? Fucking the buns bounce.
It looks really cute with the laurels on too.
Oh, that's really pretty.
I got buns. They're honey buns.
I'll click the link in a bit.
Girl, let's go jumpster. Because I can combine them too. So let me put the bangs back on. Check it. I can also put the long hair on with it.
Holy crap, that's a lot of hair. Right? Strong strawberry mango ring pop because she's classy. Right? I mean, because he's classy. Absolutely, right? She auto rigs. No, she rigs her. She's actually okay. So she actually draws and rigs all of her models herself. She actually sometimes does the rigging and the drawing, like during her live streams. So she's also drawn and rigged other people's art. So she doesn't really do the auto rig thing. She does things the unnecessarily hard way.
Yes. I can make the bangs short. Like I can combine. That is the main thing with models where
I love this combination. I love the combination of the hair frames her face. She got the long hair behind her, and then she's even got the hair in the buns. I'm like, man, ma'am, there's no reason for you to carry 10 kilograms of hair, but it does make you look good. I'm not gonna lie, right? you pull it off, right? This is not far from Saba level expressive, right? Will she rig your model? She is way outside my price range. She is way outside my price range. I'd rather get Chikage to rig my model, because I will at least be able to afford food after that. But she does good work, and she actually apparently delivers stuff on time for the most part, or from what I'm told. So she actually seems to be one of the people who actually takes art seriously. Oh, auto meaning self. Yes, she does do her own rigging. If she does rigging, she can have plenty of employment. Yep. Kianello says, guess I'm looking for her drawing and rigging streams for tips on how to do my own. It's an arduous process. There's a reason why the rigging is expensive. It does take time, but you can do it on your own if you're committed to doing it.
I like to combine stuff. I like to make them all combinations. It is so much fun. It takes a little extra work, but I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it.
I would agree. Hold on. Yeah, you know what? I think this is absolutely worth the extra work. Right? This is, again, very cute and very beautiful.
I think it's worth it. Personally, my favorite so far is... put those back. Put them back. My favorite so far is probably this one. Like, remove the laurels. This one's pretty cute, but honestly, tomboy vibes... I love them too. I love them. Combine the buns into greater mono bun. Make them just one big ball of hair. One big ball of hair. It'll protect me. It'll be like a helmet. Protect me from concussions. They're also amazing. Real thank you, Dingoos.
Oh, that was very cute. Okay, Rudy. What did you send me? I got to get back on the reading at some point. So what did you send me? Is this a clip on Twitch? FBI and the army were looking for back in the 50s and the 60s. I am the king of the gays.
That's a good length.
Okay, hold on. I am the man the FBI and the army were looking for back in the 50s and the 60s. I am the king of the gays. Okay, that's a good clip. Feel free to use that liberally, because that's just fucking funny. Oh, god damn it, what'd you send me? She is way outside my price range. She is way outside my price range. Wait, why is it so fast? Why is it on double speed? She is way outside my price range. She is way outside my price range. Yeah, I mean, she is, to be perfectly honest, right? Tomoe Umari is peak tomboy model. Oh, she is. She's adorable. She's actually... Her model is pretty and cute. Alright, so... That seems like that would be the palette cleanser for right now. I gotta hop on... oh, yeah. Apparently there was one person who did like a reaction to one of my songs. I'm like, oh shit, okay. So I was looking for it earlier, and this makes it fucking annoying to try to find people who react, if anyone's gonna react to my stuff, because I type in react AcosmicOtaku, and then it's all just my shit, because I am a react VTuber. And I'm like, no! So, cursed by my own, hubris. So, okay. I will check the DMs. Oh my god, how many people are fucking DMing me right now? Okay, that is pretty funny. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna return back to reading this, because I do want to be able to get through at least a sizable chunk of this, so I don't have to do as much later when it comes to this. So if y'all don't want to hear some horrible things happening to really young kids, it is okay to bounce. You don't have to deal with this if you can't handle it. That's entirely fine. I'm gonna dip. Peace out. Absolutely understandable. You have a good day, Captain. I have a feeling this may be far worse. I have a feeling that given how the things have escalated... Hold on. Let me... Alright, Kura says, I have a feeling this is going to be far worse. I have a feeling that, structurally speaking, we've been watching these stories escalate So yes, I suspect things are going to get way worse. And considering that there are 218 pages, and we are on page 63, I have a sneaking suspicion that things are going to get a lot worse. I have a sneaking suspicion there's going to be some Marquis de Sade territory. We're going to enter into some of this. Which, by the way, if you've never read the Marquis de Sade, I would suggest not reading it. I personally read 120 Days of Sodom. I would not suggest it. I understand why that man was in prison under like 3 different regimes. Alright. I gotta blow my nose, apparently. Let me mute the mic. Oh, okay, I feel much better after blowing my nose. But, yeah, so hell is, yeah, as Kenok said, and yeah, Thomas is like, yeah, alright, I'm back for the horror, I'm armed, right? Yeah, fair enough. Kenok's like, the horrors continue the deeper into the abyss. Yes, hell is analogized as the bottomless pit, because as bad as you think it is, it can always get worse. Alright, so Jane grew up in a fractured household. Rarely present, her mother was addicted to drugs and alcohol, regularly using hash and cocaine. Hash and cocaine during Jane's childhood. She tried to end her own life on multiple occasions and left Jane altogether when Jane was 7. Mother of the Year, right? Jane's father had significant mental health issues. Though until the age of 5, she describes a generally positive relationship with him. However, after meeting a new partner following the departure of Jane's mother, he became colder, more distant, and increasingly abusive. He used his hands, a slipper, and cane to hit Jane. Yeah, it happens. Jane's mother re-entered her life with a new boyfriend when Jane was 13. The boyfriend was abusive towards Jane's mother and on one occasion raped her in front of Jane. Yeah. So, yeah, again, raped her in front of Jane. You know, that's obviously a means to terrify Jane, but also a means of, like, again, humiliating again, Jane's mother. It was around this time that Jane's mother's drug dealer began grooming her via Facebook. He had become aware of the fact that Jane was self-harming and presented himself as a sympathetic and supportive friend. Jane, vulnerable at the time, exchanged messages with him for several months. Eventually, the drug dealer began asking Jane whether she had ever smoked cigarettes, taken drugs, or had sex. During one half-term, he asked her to meet with her. She agreed and came to Jane's father's house while Jane's father was at work, armed with a kosh. He took her up to her bedroom and told her to strip naked. He said, "You may be 13, but you've got the body of a woman." What was that thing you said last time? I beg your finest fucking pardon? Right? So it's like, he said, "You may be 13, but you've got the body of a woman," and raped her before promptly leaving. Ay. By the way, notice how a lot of these are like, again, kids want to be treated as if like they're, you know, older because they're in a rush to grow up, right? Because, you know, the grass is always greener on the other side kind of deal, right? And so these people treat them as they think they should be treated as a grown-up, right? And that's, again, to lure them into this sense of, again, like, reciprocity. From then, the drug dealer regularly called Jane and waited outside her school for her. Jane would hide in the staff room and tell teachers that she did not want to leave as she knew he would be waiting for her. The staff did not intervene and would force her to leave the school. The drug dealer regularly took Jane into his girlfriend's house where he would give Jane Valium and cannabis. He would also show her the drugs he took, including heroin, methadone, and crack cocaine. The drug dealer sexually abused Jane every day apart from the weekends. For several months. Well, apart from the weekends, apparently, right? But for several months. So every day outside the weekends. Let's see. I mean, I guess that would be different numbers of days for like each day of the month as this continued, right? Jane was misdiagnosed with a personality disorder at this time. She did not tell anyone about her relationship with the drug dealer until one night during an argument with her mother, who was drunk. Her mother said, "I don't know why you are like this." And Jane replied, "Because I am being fucked by a 50-year-old man and nobody has noticed." I mean, valid crash out. How old is she in this? Hold on. So yeah, I mean, this starts like 13 years old, right? Yeah, and it seems like during this period, she's still 13 when this happens, right? The following day, Jane returned from school to the police at her house. The police insisted that Jane, still 13, would need to testify in court alone against the drug dealer. Intimidated, she did not wish to face him, and he was not prosecuted. Yeah, this is one way that this is one way that, you know, these people get away with some of this stuff. Let's see. Following the revelation of Jane's grooming and rape by the drug dealer, Jane's father called her a whore and told her that he wished she would just hurry up and kill herself. Again, this poor girl got spawn camped. Again, let's see. The school accused Jane of using self-harm to manipulate her father. She was regularly placed in detention and threatened with expulsion due to falling behind in schoolwork. As a result, Jane became increasingly disobedient and suicidal. At the age of 14, Jane began running away from school, taking drugs, and spending time with men older than her. On one occasion, she took an overdose before school in an attempt to end her life. She was taken to the hospital after the staff told her she would have done it in the woods or somewhere private if she actually wanted to die. I mean, I'm gonna have to... What? She was taken to the hospital after the staff told her she would have done it in the woods or somewhere private if she actually wanted to die. I mean, I hate to side with the hospital in this particular situation, but they are technically correct, right? I mean, there is a particular reason that men are often more successful in killing themselves than women are, and it's because men usually go in with a plan. And the plan is usually a lot more effective. And because it's more effective, it's not pretty to look at, which is why women don't tend to pick it. But anyway, fucking hell, mate. Her father then came to the hospital and told her to try harder next time, as she was wasting everyone's time. What a fucking... Oh my god, this man needs to be beaten to like an inch of his life. Later that day, she attempted suicide by cutting her own throat, but failed. Yeah, no shit, you failed. That, again, one of those things where it's like, yeah, that people don't usually succeed at that. Thankfully, she failed at that, because, God, it's never okay to take your own life, but still, it's like... Jane was briefly taken into care at the hospital. She was diagnosed after less than a month, and everybody acted like nothing happened. Her father would not accept her back into the family house, so she was left homeless. Jane spent a short period of time staying with friends until social services was informed about her situation by her aunt. Jane refused to return home, disclosing to social services that she was being physically abused and showed them the bruises on her body. She was then briefly taken into foster care before being moved into the children's home and to a children's home until she was 16 years old. Jane was then moved into a semi-independent living facility for vulnerable young people. This dad and the mom both need to have their asses beat by their own family. I'm just saying, right? Anyway, let's see. After a few months, a female peer at the accommodation invited Jane to what she described as a party. Again, this is a really common reoccurring trend here. This peer was coercive and intimidating, and Jane did not feel able to refuse. She was taken to a block of flats in Hounslow and expected to be met with a group of people her own age. Instead, the flat was occupied by 6 or 7 Somali men. Jane was taken to the bathroom by the girl who had brought her there and instructed to shave. She was told that she was being sold to the men for sex. Jane did not want to participate, but complied out of fear. She was then sexually abused by one of the men and made to sleep in a small child's bed afterwards. The following morning, the girl who took Jane to the flats was paid by the men. This occurred repeatedly over a period of months, sometimes with multiple other girls present. Jane was told that she needed to gain weight or to be more desirable to the men. In response, Jane began purging, which developed into a severe eating disorder. Again, remember when I mentioned that thing about, like, sometimes some of these people who are sexually abused, they become trans because they're like, okay, like, I was abused because because of this. Right, and it's like, you know, this happens more often with women than it does with, with females than it does with males. But it's like, this attention is dangerous, so I need to get as far away from this attention as possible. How do I get as far away from this attention as possible? Oh, if I stop being female, then I don't get this attention at all, and so I'll be safe from this harm, right? And here you're seeing the exact same thing, right? It's like, oh yeah, you need to be more attractive to these men, so you need to eat more to gain more weight. Well, if gaining more weight makes her more attractive to these men, then logically losing weight will keep them away, right? So then she begins to purge, which developed into a severe eating disorder. Let's see. Jane was blackmailed with the threat of prison by the peer if she disclosed her exploitation to anyone. Violence and intimidation became commonplace at the semi-independent living facility. On one occasion, a young woman returned to the accommodation intoxicated and distressed, saying she had been abducted and sexually assaulted. The staff, who were aware that sexual exploitation was taking place on the site, but chose to do nothing about it, responded by accusing her of making it up. Again, this is very common. It's like, again, oh yeah, nothing actually happened. You're making this up, right? You're being racist. You're being Islamophobic. You're just, again, trying to get victim points here, right? Let's see. Eventually, Jane disclosed her own sexual exploitation to accommodation staff, including the trafficking and exchange of money. She was told that what was happening did not constitute trafficking, as she was over the age of 16. I don't think human trafficking, really is age dependent, right? The police were not contacted and no actions was taken. Jane was blackmailed by staff, which with the threat of being blamed for the exploitation of her and others if she took her complaint any further. So yeah, they were going to blame her as part of the ring if she went forward with this. Jane's eating disorder intensified and she began self-harming again. She was sectioned under the Mental Health Act and admitted to a psychiatric hospital while hospitalized. She disclosed the exploitation again. Police interviews took place, but due to her being heavily medicated, Jane was treated as an unreliable witness and no further action was taken. So here we're using what would have effectively been the asylum, what would effectively be an asylum system to cover up for crime, right? She also disclosed in writing that what happened was happening to her. It was removed from her most recent social care file, but the original clearly states she wrote a letter to them a year before she was hospitalized, and her police interview matched the letter. The letter was not acted on by authorities, so the authorities had the letter, and no one did anything about it. As a result of her abuse and eating disorder, Jane has developed endometriosis, which has resulted in the loss of half of her uterus. Yeah, that is a thing that happens. So, yeah. It also basically, it almost certainly rendered her completely infertile, right? So even if she were to actually resolve this trauma, it doesn't sound like she can have a loving family of her own now, right? Let's see. Jane has since learned that her records at the semi-independent living facility have been lost or destroyed. I mean, both seem possible, but destroyed is the interesting one here. Despite statutory retention requirements. Again, the law did not stop them from destroying and misplacing material relevant to this case, right? Even into adulthood, Jane has not received any closure, and attempts to get justice have been met with delays, obstruction, and re-traumatization. Jane states that she believes that that children remain at risk due to a culture of silence that persists across institutions that should be caring for them. And she's, absolutely right. Okay, Thomas says, came back trying to sit through it, and I'm boiling, backing out again. Sorry. Again, entirely fair. Not everyone can handle reading through this. I'm very well aware. But again, this is just, remember, these people did this to their own people, right? So Jane. I later learned that the key records from the children's home were missing or destroyed, despite statutory retention requirements. My care file from that placement cannot be produced. This is obstructed accountability. That's the point, right? They're trying to render the Red-Green Alliance as unaccountable. Okay. This is Leanne. Is that pronounced Excuse me, Leanne? Leanne describes a childhood marked by extreme instability, domestic violence, fear, and early trauma. From a young age, she was exposed to abuse within her family, including sexual abuse by her uncle, which severely damaged her ability to trust adults or disclose harm. Frequent moves, school disruption, ADHD, bullying, and exclusions compounded her vulnerability. By the age of 14, Leanne was drawn into peer groups linked to significantly older men. These men were adult males primarily of Kurdish, again largely Muslim, Iraqi, again largely Muslim, and other Muslim backgrounds, and they operated in groups. Grooming was systematic. Alcohol, drugs, accommodation. Again, these are to build a sense of like, oh yeah, we're treating you like an adult, right? You don't want to be treated like a kid anymore, right? You want to grow up, right? So treat you like an adult, and then give you accommodations like gifts, and then create that sense of reciprocity of like, oh yeah, they did something for me, so I kind of owe them for some of this stuff. It's demonic behavior. And emotional manipulation were used to entrap her. She was taken to various houses in Sheffield, notably Pittsmore, and other cities where multiple girls were trafficked and sexually exploited. She was raped repeatedly, drugged, and on at least one occasion held captive and beaten for several days. She witnessed stabbings, shootings, and machete attacks, handled firearms as a child, and was forced into environments of extreme violence. Again, it doesn't seem like these firearm restrictions actually apply to the Pakistanis, or the Kurds, or the Somalis. Okay. At 15, Leanne became pregnant by an adult Iraqi man. She miscarried and later discovered that records had been falsified to suggest she was 16, thereby minimizing the seriousness of the offense. So, yeah, someone responsible for keeping these records lied on the report from changing 15 to 16 to reduce the culpability of the man who raped and impregnated her. Let's see. Despite repeated missing episodes, police intelligence, and sexual exploitation, strategy meetings, safeguarding failed. The council housing departments refused to assist her due to her age. Child protection plans were implemented but did not remove her from danger. Social services and police were aware she was associating with older Kurdish men at a high risk of sexual exploitation, yet intervention was weak and inconsistent. No perpetrator was prosecuted for her rape. She eventually escaped exploitation only after becoming a mother at 17 and moving away from the grooming network. Interesting that they don't explain how the baby relates to this, right? Because we saw earlier in a previous story that, again, I took umbrage with some people reporting on the way that they did, where it turns out the baby actually was the impetus of like, oh shit, I have to get my life together, and that was the reason, effectively the baby saved her life by, making her value her own life, right? So I'm curious as if this is happening here as well. And moving away from the grooming network. As an adult, Leanne lives with chronic physical and psychological harm, including trauma-related fibromyalgia. For anyone who doesn't know, fibromyalgia is basically just like a chronic muscle pain. She has never received justice. She gave her evidence to ensure that what happened is finally acknowledged and not repeated. And it doesn't sound like anything fucking happened. Okay, Lily. Lily was raised in a large, loving, working family in the 70s. Her family's life was permanently destabilized when the council forced them out of their cottage to build flats. They were evicted from their home and moved into 2 council houses. This was the first time anyone in the family had lived on a council estate. After moving onto the council estate, trouble began immediately. One older boy attempted to take Lily's hand from her mother when she was 5 years old. Her mother reported it to the police, but it was treated as a joke. Years later, the same person went on to rape a 3-year-old. Let's see. And by the way, this is not entirely unexpected. So here's the thing. Too sleepy, good night? Good night, Runia, right? Let's see. Oh yeah, the thing I was going to say. In the video that YouTube took down from my channel, where I was exposing Ayatollah Khomeini and his rulings, again, justified pedophilia as even in a Fatim, which is a child still so young that they are nursing. Not that in that particular case, they were also not just talking about, again, marriage, which is the context of that particular, again, sexual exploitation of the child. They were also talking about the nikah mukta thing that we were talking about. Remember the Islamic legalization of prostitution? Yeah. And again, the actual text that I was citing was on the Means of Salvation by Ayatollah Khomeini. And yeah, there was a jurisprudential ruling that you could go under 3. In fact, you could cause severe physical damage being a sex pest, and that is a, and I quote, minor sin. So yeah, well, that was a Shia ruling, not a Sunni ruling, but I'm pretty sure the Sunnis wouldn't actually have that much difference here. And the Shias, southern Iraq is largely Shia. Iran is run by Shia. So, in fact, the largest population of Shia belongs in, is from Iraq. Iran. So, yeah, but this is not all that surprising. Let's see. This perpetrator and his brother then began targeting the family. They harassed Lily's mother and beat her father badly. This created an atmosphere of constant fear and chaos. The police frequently attended the family home, turning over belongings and breaking possessions while investigating false accusations. So, again, yeah. Again, even when the police get involved, instead of going after the fucking the perpetrators, they go after the family. So yeah. Over time, Lily and her siblings were taken into care. Siblings who returned to home discovered severe abuse in children's homes, including rape, violence, humiliation, and intimidation. This isn't that surprising because you have to remember that, like, any place where you're going to have contact with children, you're going to have pedophiles are going to try to get in there, right? And Marone? Did I misread something? Anyway, but anytime what was I saying? Anytime that you have like an occupation where you have access to children, there's going to be pedophiles that try to get into those positions. This is like why you had the issue with, like, again, pedophiles in the Catholic Church as priests, but you also have pedophiles in like the rabbinical line, right? You have and actually the rabbinical lines have a worse problem than the Catholic Church did. Then you have the same problem in the Eastern Orthodox clergy. You have the same problem in many Protestant clergies. You have the same issue in schools, for example. You have the same issue in, foster cares, actually. When I was working, because there was a time when I worked foster care, and one of the co-workers, he's in jail now, right? But one of the co-workers apparently just one day absconded with like some clients, and then eventually got caught. But it's like, what a fucking dickhead, right? What an absolute mong. But yeah, so it is a thing that happens, right? Again, because they're going to go for things where they get access to children. In fact, actually, you have this issue where, again, sometimes pedophiles will apply for jobs in law enforcement for this precise reason. It's, again, you get potential access to a child that would be, again, something that most people might not question, right? So, Lily herself was groomed and repeatedly abducted and raped by a man from the age of 6. He threatened to harm her sisters if she spoke. Again, threats of physical intimidation of family members. Lily's sister was sexually abused by her own social worker at age 12. Like, what did I just fucking say? This was actively covered up by management, who pretended he was in a relationship with another social worker to deflect suspicion. He gained legal guardianship of Lily's sister and eventually married her. He was paid by the local authority, and her sister never completed her education. Let's see. Lily witnessed children being selected by staff and handed over to foreign taxi drivers over many years. So, yeah, it does seem like I was right. These are going to get progressively worse. In the children's home, Lily was violently assaulted and sexually abused by staff. Management figures dismissed or covered up the abuse. She also suffered numerous violent injuries from staff. The most serious was a head injury that resulted in lasting neurological damage. Later in adulthood, she was diagnosed with a brain aneurysm. Oh. And after returning to school with serious injuries, Lily was sent back home to her parents. At age 14, upon returning to the estate, she was gang raped by older men and boys. She did not report it to the police. I mean, the police aren't going to do anything about it. What is the point about, like, again, reporting it, right? As a result, Lily learned that police and council records of her abuse had been hidden for decades. Operation Marmion had briefly acknowledged her account, before being shut down at a senior level. So again, there was a whole operation to investigate, and then senior level shut it down. She was told the perpetrators were out of jurisdiction, dead or untraceable. No one was held accountable. So Lily, they would toot the horn of the car, and then a child would be taken to the front door by a staff member of the children's home. So yeah, again, remember when I said everyone was in on it? Yeah, even the fucking staff at children's homes were in on this whole thing. The entire project was the destruction of the future of Britain. That's the entire point of all this. Grace was raised without a father and with a mother who met her basic physical needs but was emotionally cold. Neither nurturing nor affectionate. Oh, that sucks. The thing about, like, again, like, this is the thing some people struggle with. If your parents don't actually care about you, that's kind of a lost cause, right? Because the thing is that most people can't help but care about their kids, right? And it's not an issue of reason, but when you have a parent who is indifferent to their child, you can't really fix that. Because, again, you can't really stop a man from loving his children in the first place, right? It's an instinctual thing. Well, if a man doesn't instinctually love his children the way that most people do, he's not going to do so through reason, because it's not an issue of reason, it's an issue of instinctive disposition. But anyway, you can still love someone without having an emotional attachment to a person, right? That is actually possible. But like, if you're talking about like that deep emotional attachment to someone, you can't actually like cause someone to have that. They either have it or they don't. Kura says Grace was afforded none, it seems. Many such cases, right? Let's see. She believes this early life experience contributed to a lack of emotional security and increased vulnerability later in life. Yeah, I mean, you're not getting the nurturing or affection from your parents, so you go try to find it somewhere else. At 4 years old, she was sexually abused by a babysitter. Again, this is a thing. As I said, access to children attracts pedophiles. Not everyone in those industries is a pedophile, but it does attract pedophiles for that reason. She has no memory of the abuse and states that it does not directly trouble her emotionally. I mean, if you don't remember it, I mean, fair. Grace's mother prevented contact with her estranged father without giving any reason, causing Grace to rebel against her. By secondary school age, her behavior had deteriorated significantly. She began getting into cars with adult men who offered her cannabis, music, food, and lifts. She states that the majority of men who groomed her were Pakistani, although some were, white men acted as intermediaries and assisted in the grooming of girls. She was raped on multiple occasions by adult men, often while intoxicated because she had been drinking. She believed she was responsible for the abuse. At 15, she believed she was in a relationship with an adult man, a situation that lasted around 5 years. During that time, she experienced domestic violence, rape, and coercive control. She reported the perpetrators to the police, wishing only to prevent other children from experiencing abuse. However, the police arrested and interviewed some men about Grace without consulting her in advance or assessing the potential impact on her. She felt pushed into prosecution without adequate preparation or support. She found the process abrupt, poorly explained. As a consequence of the police's handling of the case, she experienced flashbacks, panic attacks, and the relapse into substance misuse. And the substance misuse thing, I think, could probably be used to attack her character in court, but I don't know how the British law works. Another partner was a pedophile involved in grooming gangs who sexually abused her children and others. He stalked, harassed, and threatened the family. Hold on, another partner was a pedophile involved in grooming gangs who sexually abused her children and others. Okay. He stalked, harassed, and threatened the family and manipulated police investigations for years. Police repeatedly failed to seize devices, link cases, act on stalking logs, or protect her and her children. Non-molestation orders and bail conditions were breached without consequence. The cumulative impact includes the severe mental illness, displacement, loss of employment, and ongoing fear. Yeah. Again, I'd imagine it make you feel like you're losing your mind when these things are happening to you, and then like everyone who's supposed to be helping you is just like, no, none of this is actually happening. You're just crazy, right? Yeah. So apparently it wasn't just her. It apparently seems to be her and her. It seems to be her children and others apparently too. So these gangs are engaging in like generational violation, not just a individual violation. Grace said, if I got raped tomorrow, I would never come back to the police again because what is the point? It's just a pointless process that leaves you feeling even worse because you're either not believed or you're not taken seriously, or they don't use the tools that they've got to investigate properly because it's too hard. What did I just say? I'm predicting a number of these details on complete fucking happenstance. Synchronicity is high with this one, it seems. I don't like being Cassandra. Let's see. Victoria gave evidence as the mother of a vulnerable teenager who started at a local college in 2022. Oh, excuse me. In 2023, her daughter abruptly converted to Islam. That's not a good sign. Victoria discovered Muslim clothing, a Quran, and a prayer mat hidden under her bed. Her daughter began quoting the Quran and praying 5 times a day. The sudden change coincided with a secret relationship with an Algerian Muslim student who held strong Islamic beliefs. And she became disrespectful to her family and started speaking negatively about Britain. Victoria says her daughter changed completely. Yeah. But the food has improved. Has it though? No, seriously, has it though? I don't actually know what Pakistani food tastes like. Although, to be fair, I'm pretty sure I could learn how to just make Pakistani style food. Right? I'm just saying, right? Or if I was going to eat Pakistani food, I could at least go to a Pakistani Christian, right? To possibly like partake in the in the good part of the culture, right? Oh my God. But notice this time it's not an Asian man. This time it's an African man, Algerian, right? But then again, the Somalis were African too, right? So Asian, quote unquote, right? Seems like the through line here tends to be Islam. But yeah, it's like started talking negatively about Britain. Oh yeah, because Britain is Dar al-Harb, House of War, right? It's not yet part of the Dar al-Islam, which is the House of Islam. Those are the only two real categories in Islamic thought. There are subcategories to these, but the two real categories are the House of War and the House of Islam. And again, fight those who do not believe in Allah and the last day or his messenger, that kind of deal. Again, Britain is not a Muslim nation, so yeah. Became disrespectful to her family and started, yeah, that's the thing I was just talking about. They don't believe, they don't have the correct religion, so you must fight them, right? The boyfriend exerted coercive control. He held her daughter's banking details the boyfriend exerted a coercive control. He held her daughter's banking details, Face ID, controlled her social media, isolated her from her family, and imposed strict Islamic practices. Concerned by this, Victoria contacted the police and reported the controlling behavior and sudden conversion. The police said they would refer her daughter to social services as she was still a child. I mean... Kuro says the food tastes like shit. Oh, I can't exactly I can't exactly comment on that. I could just take your word for it, right? Let's see. I do remember I had Indian food one time, and it was actually pretty good. The Indian vegetarian food was actually pretty good. Although the people who were like feeding me it, who offered me it, were actually Americans. They were converts to Hinduism. It was actually a British convert to Hinduism, and like he was here in America teaching ISKCON to like local Americans. It was a weird religion. The guy seemed actually pretty nice, to be perfectly honest. He put up with a lot of my questions, but the food was good. But if this is the consequence of mass immigration, it's not worth it, man. You can learn to make curry yourself, right? When social services visited, they learned her daughter was being made to take contraception. Yep, because obviously they are having sex. Let's see. They also discussed the nature of her new Islamic beliefs. The social worker said she would refer her to Women's Aid for support with coercive and controlling relationships. Victoria asked the social worker to look into the partner's background, but the college did not respond to the social worker's inquiry. Yeah, because it turns out the college can just not respond to, like, again, the social worker just, like, making inquiries. What's she going to do, call the cops, right? Then they could just say that they're being Islamophobic. Again, the spell gets their behavior to change. Victoria then contacted the college's safeguarding lead herself. The lead agreed it sounded like exploitation and referred the case to Prevent, the British government's counter-terrorism program designed to safeguard vulnerable people from radicalization and terrorism. Her daughter's diet changed dramatically. She stopped eating bacon and ate far less than before. She spent a lot of time in and out of hospital, but never explained why to her mother. Her mental health also deteriorated severely. After meeting the man, she repeatedly attempted suicide by cutting and made desperate calls saying she would kill herself. Let's see. During one emergency hospital stay, the police removed her daughter from Victoria, threatened Victoria with arrest, and transported the girl to the address of her abuser's brother, despite Victoria's explicit warnings about the danger. There, her daughter was subjected to mental and physical abuse, including strangulation, death threats, rape, and financial exploitation. Money was funneled through the abuser's brother's bank account. Oh, by the way, yeah, Islamic money laundering is a bit of a thing. They have a sophisticated way of money laundering, actually. The man and his family racially abused her, calling her a white slag, and pressured her to drop all complaints and marry him. Let's see. Prevent's involvement was catastrophically delayed. The College's safeguarding lead initially told Victoria that referrals had to be made and accepted, but later evidence showed that they were sent late, incorrectly, or not at all. Arrests were delayed for months, and rape allegations were eventually dropped due to a lack of evidence after only limited phone checks. Victoria concluded that systematic failure and institutional reluctance to address Islamic-related safeguarding had placed her daughter in grave danger. Yes, I mean, this is very clearly aimed at intentionally covering this up, right? Okay. The local mosque where the boyfriend used to go is known for extreme radical views, and I feel that children and young adults that are attending that mosque are being taught what to go and do in the community, and to our children at schools to preach. Okay, so I'm going to try to get at least to page 100. Shouldn't take, I should be able to get to there before it gets to 2200. Yeah, we're at like page 78. Okay, so Eleanor. Eleanor was born into a financially comfortable family, but despite this, she had a childhood marked by instability, emotional neglect, and a lack of adult protection. Her parents separated, and after moving away with her mother and two sisters, she lived in poorer conditions and saw much less of her father. Without her extended family around her, and with her mother who was emotionally distant, she was left to grow up largely on her own. Her desire for adult attention resulted in poor behavior at school. She was expelled in year 7 and placed in a pupil referral unit, which she was eventually excluded from as well. She attributed her disruptive behavior to a lack of desire and emotional capacity to engage with her education, as well as the lack of structure in her life. She was preoccupied with seeking attention, validation, and care. What's that old stupid saying? A child who does not feel the warmth of the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. Like not accepted by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth, kind of deal. Let's see. By the age of 13, yeah, like she's not getting the attention that like a parent should give, and so what she do, she acts out, she lashes out that way, because negative attention is still at least attention, right? You're still at least noticed in the eyes of your parents, right? At least punishment is a sign that they may very well care for you if they're punishing you for doing something bad, right? Let's see. Here we go. By age 13, she began to be groomed by older men whom she encountered locally, usually in the town center. Some were older white men, but there were also Muslim men connected to a newly opened restaurant in the area. Interesting that you bring up what the food has improved, right? Where were we? Area. Okay. As the grooming continued, Eleanor's behavior deteriorated significantly. She had frequent encounters with the police and was arrested often. During this time, older men gave her drugs and kept her in various houses. She believed these men were looking after her and offering her the care she craved. Let's see. While this was going on, her mother was unaware of her location but did not report her missing. Complete absenteeism, right? No authority intervened regarding why she was often missing, arrested, and spending significant amounts of time with adult men. When she was 14, she returned home one day after being away, and no one answered the door. Eleanor climbed onto the roof of the house and managed to get inside. She discovered the house was completely empty. Her mother had thrown everything away, including childhood photographs and personal items, and had left without telling her. She went to social services of her own volition and was instructed to go to her father. She was expected to travel to him on the train alone. So, yeah, Mother of the Year, right? Let's see. She also had no meaningful relationship with her father and only spoke to him occasionally. When Eleanor arrived, he made it clear that his new partner was his priority and that she and her sisters came second. His partner tried to get her onto a more stable path and back into education, but due to her previous exclusions, schools repeatedly refused her. In an ethnic majority area, she was explicitly told by one school that she could not be admitted because she was an English girl and she would be the only one. She was placed in a pupil referral unit, but the behavior of the other students there did little to give her the sense of safety, structure, and aspiration she needed. She therefore ran away often. So again, absolute fucking... Frequent running away resulted in repeated arrests, and eventually social services decided she could be contained in a family setting and took her into care. While in care, she became more visible and accessible to men who were already looking for vulnerable girls, and she was once again groomed. On one occasion, some adult men approached her and offered her alcohol and a lift. She drank a small amount and quickly became unwell and lost consciousness. When she awoke, she was aware she was inside a house that appeared to be decorated for an Asian wedding, but she lost consciousness again. When she finally awoke properly, she found herself abandoned by the side of the road, unclothed, injured, and disoriented. She managed to make it back to her children's home. However, she was not asked what had happened, taken to the hospital, or had any record made of the incident in her case files. Following the incident, Eleanor went missing far more frequently. She would sleep rough in doorways, abandoned buildings, and taxis. No one at the care home asked her any questions about why this was happening. She was transferred to a different children's home where men regularly collected girls from outside the home and sometimes came inside the building itself. The staff allowed this to happen. The men offered food, alcohol, places to stay, and a sense of belonging, but in reality, they were there to sexually exploit children. Let's see. Eleanor became involved with an older man who she believed was her boyfriend. This is another thing that's very common. Again, so that to some point, these like girls get into their head that like some of these men are their boyfriends. Never the case, but like, it's a common cope that happens in these. He was involved in the drug trade. She was taken to Jersey and kept in a hotel for several days. She was not allowed to leave freely. Upon returning to the care home, no one questioned where she had been. She continued to be arrested for low-level offenses, particularly shoplifting. Oh, you can arrest a fucking shoplifter, but you can't arrest rapists. Fucking interesting, right? Okay, that won't set me off. Oh my god. You could arrest a fucking shoplifter, but you can't arrest a fucking rapist. Oh my god, this is so malicious. She was eventually placed in a young offenders institution. On one occasion, she was punched while being arrested. This experience, among others, destroyed any trust she had in the police. From this point onwards, she saw the police as just another threat. I mean, in this case, are they not? Again, a lot of these police seem to be working with the grooming gangs. Or that's what it comes off to me as, to be perfectly honest. When she was 17, Eleanor was present at a stabbing incident involving men connected to the grooming networks that had been abusing her. She was not involved in the violence, but gave the victims first aid and called emergency services. She was arrested at the scene and charged under the doctrine of joint enterprise with conspiracy to commit grievous bodily harm with intent. So basically, what this sounds like, because I'm not familiar with this particular term in British law, but joint enterprise means that she was part of the conspiracy, right? She was part of the project involved in the conspiracy, and the conspiracy was to commit grievous bodily harm with intent. So the with intent, it's not that she had intent to do it herself, but that the conspiracy itself, the body that was committing the conspiracy, intends to cause the harm. Now, I'm not entirely against the whole idea of, like, if you willingly participate in something like a felony and then like a group conspiracy, right, and someone dies and then everyone gets held accountable for the murder. I'm fine with that, right? But this is kind of what it sounds like she's getting hit with here. The case did not come to trial until 2 years later, when Eleanor, as an adult, and also, so she was tried as an adult. So This happened when she was a minor, but she went to court as an adult, so she was tried as an adult. She was sentenced to 2 years in prison. She believes she was criminalized for circumstances that arose directly from exploitation, neglect, and systemic failure, rather than being protected from them. Ma'am, if you... I hate to say this, but if you participate in someone getting stabbed, you still need to go into the box. Let's see. Following her conviction, Eleanor converted to Islam. Bit of a bad move here. She did not do so for theological reasons, but practical ones, as a method of survival. Yes, that is okay. Yeah, that's true, but it's also not a good survival strategy here. In many environments she experienced, Muslim girls were afforded some degree of protection relative to non-Muslims, except for when their husbands beat the shit out of them. She felt that conversion as a way to reduce risk and make herself less vulnerable. Yeah, but also, when you convert to Islam, apostasy is death, right? So, if you leave Islam and people find out about it, they could try to kill you. So, bit of a double-edged sword here. Joint enterprise, some kind of RICO law? I have no idea. I don't know how Britmonger law works. I guess we'd have to ask Lord Intellectual about that, right? Before serving her sentence, she became pregnant by an older man and entered into an Islamic marriage with him. Believing that it might provide stability and protection, she was imprisoned with her young baby and experienced an experience she found deeply distressing. Yeah, they isolated her, right? Let's see. Following her release, she was subjected to domestic abuse and coercive control. This abuse was not always physical. It involved isolation, monitoring, restriction, and of her behavior, and the constant erosion of her sense of self. She was controlled through fear, guilt, and religious obligation. Yes, this is why they, again, this is why they want you to convert as a, basically a concubine into Islam. It's because then they can impose their authority over you. Let's see. She was not allowed independence or employment, and others were told she was mentally unwell. This further isolated her. She met and remarried another man who took her to Saudi Arabia. Okay. She was entirely dependent on her husband for everything and was not allowed to leave the house without him. Yeah, because it's Saudi Arabia. She felt isolated and powerless. This experience made her realize she needed to leave Islam, but knew that apostasy carried very serious consequences, so kept it to her. What are the fucking consequences? Just say it. God damn it. Okay. However, she was eventually able to escape Saudi Arabia and return to the United Kingdom with her children. Fucking tap dancing around the... I hate it when this thing just tap dances around. Name the fucking verse in the... Oh my god. I'm sorry. It fucking baffles my mind that they would have this thing and then they would not actually put the fucking citations of the like Islamic doctrine. Oh yeah, the Quran, you know, this section of the Quran, right? Just literally Q, number, colon, number, semicolon. It's not that fucking hard. Sorry, bit of a crash out, right? Back in Britain, with no home, work, or money, she was raped by another man, became pregnant again, felt forced into another marriage. Her abuse continued. She eventually escaped the situation after studying in secret and building up her sense of identity and confidence enough to make a new life for herself. Eleanor believes much of the harm she experienced could have been avoided had institutions adequately protected her. Children's services did not safeguard her. The education system excluded her. The police criminalized her. I mean, yeah. I mean, we also saw other cases where children's services actively directly cooperated with them. So Eleanor says, let's see, I've had friends that were Muslim, girlfriends, and this never happened to them. They would be in the cars with us sometimes, but the men would treat them differently. Okay. Let's see, Rachel. Rachel is the mother of a daughter who died at age 12 after taking an overdose. That's fucking hell, mate. Her daughter was a joyful, creative, academically engaged child from a stable, loving home. She was, however, autistic, which made her more vulnerable to abuse and exploitation. Following the lockdown response to COVID-19, her behavior changed dramatically, and she became withdrawn, depressed, and began self-harming. Joint enterprise. Minors incited by adult to commit violence. Wait, is that the actual definition? I don't know if that's the actual definition, but fair enough. Anyway, where was I? Yeah. Okay. Rachel's daughter disclosed that she had been orally raped by a white British boy from her school. The disclosure devastated her and her family. When police eventually attended the family home, she was told it would be her word against his, that the process would take years, and that it involved extensive paperwork. This interaction caused her to shut down and withdraw her complaint. The police investigation went no further. So again, this is one of the things where it's like, again, the police just want to be fucking lazy. We did see cases where the police were directly involved by facilitating it, and here we just see police are being negligent. So it's like, again, the two different ways you can abuse some kind of operation, right? You can abuse an operation by not engaging in it, or engaging in it outside of its rightly ordered telos, right? Looked it up. That's fair, right? I kind of figured, but it's like, so a joint enterprise in this case would refer to minors incited by adults to commit crimes. Okay. Let's see. Fuck, what was it? Oh, yeah. Okay, so we're here now. Despite assurances to the contrary, the alleged perpetrator remained in school and safeguarding was ineffective. She was subjected to relentless bullying, including physical assaults by girls linked to the perpetrator, which were filmed and shared online. Police took weeks to respond and failed to act on video, evidence, or threats. Rachel's daughter was abused and threatened on Snapchat and other platforms daily. The intimidation escalated when the perpetrator's adult brother attended the family home and attempted to force entry. Police advised only that the family should consider moving house. So it's on the family to move, not the police to actually do anything about it. Rachel's son was assaulted at school. Let's see. On the night of her death, Rachel's daughter took an overdose of colchine. Hold on, I'm gonna have to look up how to pronounce this. Colchicine. Okay, colchicine. Took an overdose of colchicine. Stating she just wanted everything to stop. She suffered multiple organ failure and died days later. Even after her death, the abuse continued. Rachel believes her daughter was failed by the police, her school, and the Crown Prosecution Services. Look into the Crown. Look into the Crown. Look into the Crown. The Crown could have stopped a lot of this. Anyway. He states that she was effectively murdered by institutional failure. Bit of imprecise language, but yes, the failure of the institution did lead to her death. All right, we're getting there. Jen's childhood was characterized by emotional neglect and a lack of safety. Her emotional needs were not recognized by or prioritized by the adults in her life, particularly her parents, who were absent much of the time. Within the wider family context, boundaries were blurred and inappropriate dynamics were normalized. For example, family members introduced her to drugs and alcohol at around the age 13. For the love of... Throughout secondary school, Jen was bullied, but staff did little to help despite her obvious distress. On the contrary, they contributed to her victimization. Much of the bullying stemmed from an incident in her first year in which a teacher refused to allow Jen to use the toilet, resulting in Jen wetting herself and being made to stay in the soiled clothes for the rest of the day. The teacher faced no repercussions. Jen began self-harming and running away from home, and the only adult she felt she could confide in committed suicide around this time. Let's see. Into adolescence, Jen had, and by the way, the whole thing about like suicide is not victimless. It fucking destroys everyone in the family. Yeah. So I have very little sympathy for suicides because I've like seen what suicide does to a family. But I definitely have a lot of sympathy for the people they leave behind, right? Let's see. Where do we go? Into adolescence, Jen had no stable sense of self-worth and no adults who consistently protected or advocated for her. Her self-harm worsened and she experienced suicidal thoughts, yet safeguarding responses remained absent. Jen began to believe that she was not worth protecting and as a result became increasingly vulnerable to exploitation. At 13, adult men began contacting her online, giving her a sense of validation and belonging. Sexual conversations were common, including one man encouraging Jen to insert a knife into her vagina. Fucking hell, mate. At 15, offline grooming began with a group of white British men who presented themselves as sympathetic friends to the vulnerable Jen. Though she was not raped by these men, one told her that touching was okay, but we can't have intercourse until you were 16 because of the law. At the age of 17, Jen was introduced to a gang of Iraqi Kurdish Muslim men by a friend who she now believes was herself groomed. The gang members, all of whom were illegal migrants. Seems like illegal immigration has a bit of a consequence, right? Trafficked Jen to numerous towns and cities across the Midlands, and where she was raped by multiple men at what were described as parties. Again, we see this pattern again. On one occasion, she was anally raped in a park by one of the gang members. She was taken on drug runs and witnessed the slaughtering of a lamb in a bathroom of a house. Oh yeah. There's a thing about halal food, right? You got to slaughter the animal by slitting its throat and letting it bleed out. And sometimes, I saw Sargon of Akkad mention this in one of the things. I was like, yeah, that is a thing that also happens, right? Sometimes halal slaughterings will be unnecessarily cruel, even for the whole slitting of the throat and just letting the animal bleed out, right? When you could just, again, we have humane slaughtering techniques to, kill our animals. One thing that sometimes happens is like you slaughter an animal and then you just make a bunch of fucking like wolf noises. Like apparently there was a thing where it's like some pigs were being slaughtered, not because it was halal, but it was just like pigs are dirty animals, right? So pigs were being slaughtered and just like you had these men making wolf noises to scare the pigs as they're already bleeding out through their neck, right? So it's like unnecessarily cruel. Anyway. Again, these are the people who say that the Christian women have no morals, right? Let's see. She describes a closed and intimidating social world governed by fear, loyalty, and silence, in which racially supremacist attitudes were openly and regularly expressed. White British people were described as white trash, and white girls as English pig dogs. Perpetrators insisted that children choose exploitation. The British and Britain and its institutions were described as soft and easy to exploit. Oh, who would have fucking guessed? Who would have fucking guessed, right? Again, you don't enforce the rules, and people exploit the non-enforcement. Anyway, they boasted of receiving free money from the British state, and on multiple occasions, Jen was forced to fill in asylum benefit applications on their behalf. By the way, that is jizya. In Minnesota, when the Somalis are getting fraud for, again, fraud or defrauding your welfare system, right? That is jizya. That is the humiliation money. They are forcing you, the Minnesotan, to pay for their lifestyle, right? That's the function of jizya, right? When the Muslims have control, they tax the wealth from the Jew and the Christian and the other people of the book, whoever may be designated as people of the book at that time, right? In order to humiliate you, and to show dominance over you, but also to fund their own lifestyles, right? And since they don't have any power to do that now, because again, they don't really have any power in the United States, at least, the way they do it is they make you pay through the welfare state, because the communists involved, in the government will force you to pay it. But also, this is exactly what's going on in the United Kingdom right now, right? Your welfare statement, your welfare payments, that is jizya. That is you paying for Muslims living Sharia in your own country. So, yeah, here we go. Jen witnessed intimidation, violence, trafficking, asylum fraud, sexual exploitation, including the drugging and raping of children as young as 13, and the aftermath of a gang-related murder while involved with the group, and was thus afraid to defy or disclose against its members. By the way, my personal opinion is that if there is a death penalty, blooded membership in any gang, so that is like initiation through murder, should confer an automatic capital punishment if prosecuted. And the only way that we should allow the capital punishment to be mitigated is if they provide information that leads to the arrest of more blooded gang members, right? In which case it can be mitigated to a life in prison sentence. That's my opinion, right? But that's just me. That's if you allow the whole death penalty thing. If you don't allow death penalty, I'm still okay with life in prison for these people working slave labor to pay off their debt, right? Let's see. The gang became increasingly controlling and abusive, isolating Jen from her friends and family. Her movements, communications, and decisions were closely monitored, restricted, and any attempt to assert independence was met with threats. She suffered emotional, psychological, and sexual abuse, and at 18 became pregnant as the result of rape. Jen was repeatedly told she was inferior and unclean as a non-Muslim. Religious coercion escalated into forced conversion to Islam. Again, forcing conversion is a claim over the very soul of a person as property, right? When someone engages in forcing someone to convert their religion, that is a claim that your very soul is possession to it, which is their possession. So, let's see. Partly due to her pregnancy. Again, they force conversions of these women to justify the pregnancies that they end up suffering, right? She was taken to a dark, dingy flat that had been converted into a mosque and married by an imam in an Islamic ceremony without giving consent. By the way, here's the funny thing. So, in Islam, there is the principle that silence is consent. If, for example, if you don't voice your opposition to the marriage, and you don't say yes, if you stay silent, that is consent. But we also know that if she said no, she would be beaten. So, yeah, there's that. The marriage was used as a mechanism to legitimize control over her, and restrictions on her behavior increased. Let's see. During pregnancy, the threats intensified. Jen was told she had no right to leave or make decisions about her child because to do so would be anti-Islamic. Her behavior was tightly controlled, including an instruction to not eat pork as the father believed it would make the baby gay. What if... Okay. She was told that disclosure to the authorities would result in shame and punishment. Nevertheless, she attempted to report her situation to the police, but no action was taken. The ideological and religious dimensions of her trafficking and abuse were minimized, and her disclosure were reframed as relationship issues or cultural matters before being dismissed as exaggerated and unreliable. And by the way, right here, were reframed as relationship issues. This is another reason that they force these women, these girls, to marry them, is because if they get married to these people, well, this is now a domestic dispute, and so now the police can reframe it as a relationship issue they don't want to deal with. So if you want to know why they're doing this, that's one of the reasons they're doing this. After the birth of her daughter, Jen's access to her child was restricted and used as a means of leverage. Yep. The father, an Iraqi illegal migrant, repeatedly took their daughters to Iraq despite having claimed asylum in Britain on the basis that he could not safely return there. Deport this man immediately and keep the baby with the mom in Britain, right? Anyway, while there, she was exposed to firearms, including AK-47s. Let's see. When her daughter was 3 years old, Jen contacted the police after the father threatened to take their daughter to Iraq and never bring her back. This is another thing that actually happens quite often. The police responded that it was a civil matter. Again, that's why they marry. That's why they force these women to convert and marry, because now it's a civil matter. Allegedly, the police are just being fucking lazy in this case, and they don't want to deal with it, and did not intervene. Jen had not spent a single one of her daughter's birthdays with her since she was 9 years old, and had minimum contact with her for several years. Her father continues to take her to Iraq regularly. Jen now lives with complex PTSD, anxiety, depression, dissociation, periods of agoraphobia, and persistent fear and distress in relationship to her daughter's safety and autonomy. These difficulties significantly impair her ability to function day to day. She gives evidence that religiously motivated coercive abuse is properly recognized and confronted, even when doing so is politically, culturally, and socially controversial. Jen says, they have no compassion for the young girls that are out on the streets, and they see us as slags, as white trash. English pig dogs came up a lot. Muslims don't like pigs, and they don't like dogs. So they hate dogs, they hate pigs, and they put women on the same level as that. It's not the same level. Again, the Quran says that the Jew and the Christian, the polytheist are the worst of creatures. So they are actually less clean than pigs, according to the Quranic hierarchy. Okay. We might be able to get past 100. Kate grew up in a deeply dysfunctional and unsafe household where violence, sexual abuse, and neglect are commonplace. Social services had been involved with the family since before Kate was born, primarily due to the neglect of her siblings by her parents and the behavior of her older half-brother, who was physically violent. He, along with Kate's father, sexually abused Kate from a young age, something that was not identified by social services for several years. Excuse me. When she was around the age of 5, Kate and her 2 brothers were removed from the care of their biological parents and placed in a foster home. It was determined that they could not return to their parents' custody, and they were adopted by a couple from a town around 50 miles away. Kate and her brothers settled well into their new home and family environment, and for the next 7 years, Kate's life was happily stable, with her adoptive parents providing the love and support that her biological parents had failed to give. Kate's adoptive parents were committed Christians, and the family attended the local church every Sunday. Much of Kate's social life outside of school revolved around church activities, including youth groups and spending time with other families within the church community. At school, she performed exceptionally well and was identified as gifted and talented across a range of subjects. She rarely got into trouble, and despite suffering from low self-esteem, was regarded by her teachers and peers alike. Kate maintained a limited circle of friends and directed most of her operations into studies, which provided her with a sense of achievements, structure, and self-worth. Right? So her life right here, going pretty fucking well. Let's see. Diabolical PvP. Hello there. We're, just heads up, we're in some pretty dark territory right now. Let's see. Kate was highly ambitious and optimistic about the future. She held herself to very high standards and aspired to attend university, complete a PhD, and pursue a career in archaeology or paramedicine. She was also driven by a strong sense of family and looked forward to getting married and having children of her own. Around the age of 12, Kate began to receive sex education at school. She found these lessons upsetting, as up to this point her understanding of what had happened to her during her early childhood was very limited. Social services had failed to identify the abuse at the time, and so it had never been acknowledged, discussed, or explained to her. She entered adolescence confused about what had happened to her, and without a clear understanding of healthy boundaries and inappropriate behavior, she lacked the confidence to confide in an adult, and this left her vulnerable. Let's see. All good. I lived mostly in the dark, so no extra light needed, lol. I mean, fair. Let's see. Kate came to realize that the abuse she had suffered at the hands of her biological father and half-brother was not normal or legal. She began to experience a growing sense of shame, fear, and self-blame, and felt a deep uncertainty about her identity, body, and relationship with others. She soon began to experience suicidal thoughts. Still, just 12 years old, Kate decided to take her own life. One Saturday night, after her family had gone to sleep, she left her home in the early hours and walked to a secluded location where she intended to commit suicide, hoping she would not be found. She paused beneath a tree to shelter from the rain, and after a while, she heard a group of men approaching. By their tone, Kate suspected they were drunk, and when they saw her, they began jeering. They called her a no-homer, and suggested that she could stay warm on their dicks. Kate, terrified and regretful, waited for the men to pass before attempting to return home, but as she was walking, she was grabbed from behind by one of the men. Kate was overpowered by the three men, forced to the ground. Her arms and legs were pinned, and the men took turns orally and vaginally raping her. When it ended, the men hit her repeatedly and threatened to find her, kill her, and harmed her loved ones if she ever told anyone about what happened. Again, this is a very, very common tool, as we've talked about, for leveraging compliance. So violent was the assault. Kate's clothes were left blood-stained. Traumatized, she walked across the town to her family's church, knowing that her parents would be there in a few hours. She sat on the porch and cried for several hours before deciding to return home. She was walking while she was walking, both a van and taxi drivers stopped to ask if she was okay. Given her disheveled appearance and visible distress, she replied that she was. When she arrived home, she hid her blood-stained clothes and went to sleep. Kate did not disclose the assault to anyone, and her mental and physical health rapidly deteriorated. She began self-harming, and her suicidal thoughts intensified. She attempted to take her own life on multiple occasions over the following months and was admitted to hospital many times as a result. She started getting bullied at school. Concern for her welfare escalated, but Kate resisted every attempt by her parents and teachers to intervene. She was assigned a child and adolescent mental health services practitioner by the local authority, with whom she started regular counseling sessions. But Kate did not find this either effective or helpful, and she continued to keep the assault hidden. But the professionals concluded that her deteriorating health was linked to her early trauma. I mean, it was linked to her early trauma, and then it was magnified by her current trauma. So, I mean, they're not entirely wrong in that assessment. They're just lacking information that would have made their diagnosis a little bit more up to date. Later that year, Kate received a message on social media from one of the abusers. To this day, Kate does not know how they found her. The message was a video of the assault, and they threatened to share it with Kate's friends and family if she did not comply with their demand. Again, I told you this is a common thing that happens. Threatened to share the video with friends and family in order to leverage demands. Kate feared that if they did so, the bullying would worsen and she would get into trouble. Once again, she did not disclose the incident to anyone, and believing she could resolve the blackmail, she went to meet them. Let's see. She was instructed to come to a house in the local town center. She was taken inside, and all three abusers were present. They proceeded to rape her again, this time making clear that she was being filmed. Following this, they told Kate that she now worked for them and was expected to do what she was told, for otherwise the footage would be leaked. She was given a phone and told always to remain contactable. In the period that followed, Kate was required to meet the two chief abusers frequently. They introduced her to other men in their network, and she was repeatedly subjected to them as well, by them to sexual abuse. Kate was also forced to participate in webcam abuse sessions, which generated revenue for the abusers. If the live streams did not generate what they considered to be satisfactory amounts of money, Kate was punished. The constant shifting of expectations was used as a method of control. Yeah, because there's no stability. So again, there's no solid foundation by which she could get a footing, and again, understand how to navigate this. Again, the entire point is to completely destabilize her and demoralize her. Kate gradually became more open with her counselors, though she did not disclose the full extent of what was happening to her. She began to refer to the initial assault as the event, and they soon worked out that she had been raped, though they did not suspect ongoing abuse. They shared their concerns with Kate's parents. Almost a year after the initial assault, Kate's mother confronted her about the suspicion that she, Kate's father, and the social service professionals had formed. Kate confirmed to her mother that she had been raped. Soon after the disclosure, Kate was taken to a sexual assault rape center for further counseling. The SARC therapists encouraged Kate to report the initial assault to the police. Kate hoped that doing so would lead to an intervention that would stop the ongoing abuse, but she was too frightened to name the perpetrators, fearing reprisals from the gangs. Nevertheless, she reported the assault to the police, providing them with as much information as possible, and was brought in for questioning with her mother. At the police station, Kate was taken into the interview room before the interview began and without Kate's mother present. By the way, notice how this keeps happening. Kate was told that this was her last chance to say the report was untrue. Okay. I think we can tell where this is going. And I think we can tell where the police stand on this. Right? Again, there should be Nuremberg-style trials for this. And a number of police officers should hang as well as the rapists. I'm just saying, right? And that goes for social workers too in these cases. She was warned that if any part of her account could not be supported by evidence, she could and would be arrested. So if there was any part that she misremembered or any part that they couldn't find proof of, she would be arrested. But this is an unreasonable standard. Okay. For an extended period of time, both officers repeatedly told her how much trouble she would be in if any detail of her statement was disproved, and that she could withdraw the allegation before the interview started with no further consequences. They also suggested that her parents would be relieved if she said the incident had not happened. These cops are in on it. I don't believe this is laziness. I think that these cops are actually in on it. Okay. Still just 12 years old and already deeply traumatized, Kate became overwhelmed by the pressure she felt the officers were placing on her and said what she believed they wanted her to say, that the rape had not taken place. This interaction occurred before the recording began, and as a result, the formal interview did not reflect the coercion that took place. And this is part of the reason why I think some of these cops are in on it. Because the recording didn't even start. So all of this happened before. The cameras were not recording. No one was recording. And then they coerced a retraction out of this girl. Kate felt unable to... Kate felt unable to disclose anything further, including the abuse that was ongoing at the time. Because she felt she was not being believed or taken seriously, the police reports recorded the incident as the withdrawal of the complaint. Following this experience, Kate again attempted to take her own life. Shortly afterwards, Kate's mother found content in Kate's diary describing the rape. She encouraged Kate to speak to the police again, but Kate explained that the police had previously pressured her to withdraw her complaint. Nevertheless, Kate returned to the police station and this time completed the interview. Hopefully that mother fucking chewed out someone. Fucking hell, mate. Anyway. Some weeks later, Kate's parents discovered sexually explicit messages in her phone between Kate and several adult men, including sexual photographs. These were reported to the police, but it was concluded that Kate was engaging with these men consensually. Didn't they say she was like 13 years old in this? 12. So she's actually 12 years old. The police said that a 12-year-old can consensually have sex with... Not even sex. That a 12-year-old can consensually send sexual photographs and engage in sexual conversations with adult men. Again, this isn't a thing of like just being lazy. Yeah, sure, maybe some of it is just being lazy, but there does come a point where you're like, I think you're involved in this. I think you actually have some stake in this, and it's not in the case of these people getting out. I think you might actually have some benefit from this. So, thank you for the follow, Diabolical. Let's see. These were reported to police, but it was concluded that Kate was engaged. Okay, I already read this part. Despite being just 13 years old. Well, if I just read the fucking second half of the sentence, then I would have been able to figure this part out. So it's not as bad as I thought it was, but by one fucking year, it's negligible, right? Let's see. Kate, still afraid of retribution from the gang, denied all knowledge of these exchanges and was not questioned further. Over the course of the following year, Kate went missing on numerous occasions, including during school hours and late at night. She alleges that no record was made of her absence. The gang was blackmailing her into doing what they called jobs, sexual abuse by gang members and their associates for which the gang received payment. These included webcamming, gang rapes, parties, cop nights, and red rooms. By the way, cop nights. Cops are Pakistani, most likely. There was actually reports years ago about Pakistani police officers being involved in these rape gangs. So that is entirely possible to Kura. But yeah, here we go. What is cop night? What is cop night? I think we all know what it is. And I think it goes to the thing I think I called this right off the fucking bat, too. It was like, oh yeah, it sounds like the cops are in on this one. Yeah, I hate being Cassandra. I hate being the person who keeps predicting the future and no one fucking believes them. Anyway, let's see. Kate was raped multiple times a week, sometimes 2 to 4 times a day. During this time, Kate encountered another girl whom the gang was exploiting. Kate, then 14, suspected the girl was younger than her. On the night that they met, Kate had been instructed to meet 2 of the gang members in a secluded location that night. When Kate arrived, they were holding the girl tightly around the neck. One of the gang members told Kate that the girl was being broken in that night, and that the men she would be servicing were particularly brutal. Kate attempted to intervene, telling the gang members that she would take on the jobs instead. In response, the gang members beat and raped her. Kate went on to work with the girls on numerous occasions, and they became very close. There's the trauma bonding there, right? Throughout the first half of the next year, the exploitation intensified, and Kate made another attempt to take her own life. Shortly afterwards, she entered into a relationship with a relative of one of the gang members. This can be explained. This can be explained by recourse to the bimodal expression of sexuality that is inherent in female nature, right? Fucking like sexual, the sexual act as pair bonding in good times, right? But as survival mechanism in bad times. Oh, for the love of fuck. Okay. Leading to a temporary pause in the abuse. And again, what did I fucking say? What the fuck? Anyway. The relationship lasted for almost a year, but when it came to an end, the exploitation resumed almost immediately. Later that year, Kate, then 16, experienced the most significant missing episode to date. During this incident, the gang trafficked Kate to a town far from her home, where she was restrained and raped repeatedly on a canal boat, including, she alleges, by a police officer. Again, the fucking cops are in on this, and the cops are protecting the officer that's doing this. This does sometimes happen in the United States, where the officer does something horrendous, including sometimes some sexual crimes, and then the fucking actual department will cover for him. Fucking hell, mate. Anyway, at one point, Kate tried to escape, but was caught, and the gang beat her and cut off much of her hair as punishment. The cutting off of the hair is, again, a display of power. It's like, we could cut off your hair, and that's a warning, right? Let's see. Kate attempted to escape a second time and was successful. She reached a nearby house and knocked for help. The woman who lived there took Kate in and gave her clothes, as Kate's own clothes had been badly damaged by the abusers, and she was partly naked. The woman called the police, who attended the property. The woman attempted to remove the rope that remained around Kate's wrists, but was instructed by the police to leave them in place as they were considered evidence. Kate was hesitant to speak to the police, given both the recent alleged abuse by a serving officer and the wider context of threats, coercive control, and physical and sexual violence that she had been experiencing. Nevertheless, she disclosed what had just happened to her on the canal boat, but not the historic exploitation fearing reprisals to the police. She also did not report that she had been raped by a police officer. Yeah, because I have a sneaking suspicion. I think some of these, I think this department might have covered for their buddy in this case, considering their behavior so far. Let's see. The investigation did not progress, and the police accused Kate of lying about the exploitation. Oh, there it goes again. Again, none of this happened. You need to go into the box, right? Anyway. This represented a turning point in Kate's dealings with the police, as she thereafter felt that she could not turn to them for help, fearing she would not be believed. Kate was placed on a child protective plan by the local authority. She shared a diary with one of the social workers containing details about the sexual abuse she had been suffering, though once again she was not believed. During this period, Kate was diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder. So they even gave her a diagnosis to make sure that, again, if she makes claims about this, they can just easily dismiss her. Soon after, Kate alleges that she was raped in a hotel by a man she believed to be a doctor. The police were called to the hotel, and the staff were concerned that she was a prostitute. When the police arrived, she was found alone and naked in the room, having been left there by the abuser and instructed to wait for more men to arrive. At this point, both Kate's family and the professionals involved in her care began to express frustration with what they perceived to be her lifestyle choices. They did not believe she was being exploited and assumed that she, still 16, was willingly meeting adults. Yeah, this sounds like Kate's family was gaslit into by the professionals, right? They're like, oh, the professionals deal with this kind of stuff, and the professionals are telling you that they're lying, right? Right. This is what happens when trusted professionals abuse the power that they're given, right? Kura says the Tree of Liberty is a thirsty one. Oh, it's very thirsty, right? And that's why I'm like, you need a Nuremberg trial. That's that is going to be the most effective way to get all of these people into they just like squeeze that lemon, right? To get all of the life-giving flow to the tree of life, to the Tree of Liberty. I feel like there is no semblance of happy ending for this child. Not all stories do have a happy ending, but I'm not entirely sure. I didn't pre-read this. Let's see. Okay. This misinterpretation of Kate's situation had a profound impact on how professionals responded to her in the following months and years. Because they believed her behavior was voluntary, again, subsequent incidences such as unexplained absences, being found in hotels, receiving inappropriate messages, or associating with adult men were treated as matters of personal choice rather than indicators of ongoing exploitation. Imagine if this was a Pakistani girl making these claims. I think that this might be treated with a lot more seriousness, right? As a result, these events were not treated as safeguarding concerns. Instead of exploring the possibility that she was being coerced or controlled, professionals increasingly framed the issue as one of behavioral difficulty, risk-taking, or non-compliance. This perspective, Kate alleges, influenced decision-making across agencies. Referrals were closed prematurely, safeguarding meetings did not lead to protective action, and disclosures or partial disclosure were not pursued with the seriousness she felt they required. The assumption that she was engaged in consensual activity meant that professionals did not intervene effectively, even when the circumstances strongly indicated exploitation. The perspective reinforced her isolation. This perspective reinforced her isolation, reduced her ability to seek help, and ultimately allowed the exploitation to continue and escalate. Let's see. I have a suspicion. Let me check something. I think this is the longest story we've had so far. This is going to get worse before it gets better. This is definitely the roller coaster here. On one occasion, around this time, concerns were raised at Kate's school. She was escorted to an office where the assistant head teacher, the designated safeguarding lead, DSL, and PCSO, a police officer, her social worker, the school nurse, and her head of year were present. They prevented her from leaving the room and pressed her for names and details about the individuals involved in the abuse. At the time, due to fear, coercion, and threats she felt she was under, she did not feel safe or able to provide the information they were requesting. Instead, she provided the nicknames of some of the individuals involved. Kate was visibly shaking and repeatedly asked to leave, explaining that she would be in significant danger if she revealed further information. After the meeting concluded, Kate was allowed to leave, but no protective measures were put in place. She was not supervised, safeguarded, or provided with any immediate safety planning. Despite indicators of fear and coercion, she was permitted to return home and continue her usual routine. No follow-up action was taken to monitor her well-being in the days that follow. You don't understand. We can't investigate child sexual exploitation. We have to investigate the actions of the far right and make sure that, racismus is, dealt with. After the meeting at school, Kate's abusers made it clear that they knew she had spoken to the police. They told her that they were aware of every time she spoke to the police, as they had people on the inside. Yep, that's why they had the officer involved, and this is why they probably should have said the thing about the officer being involved in the first place. They accused her of snitching and telling her that she would pay for it. Shortly afterwards, she was taken to a remote wooded location. The young girl who Kate had met before was also present. Initially, Kate believed they had been taken there for another job. The men then subjected the girl to extreme sexual and physical violence, while Kate was forcibly restrained and made to witness what happened. Kate alleges the girl was then murdered in front of her. Yep, again, I'm trying to make a point there. Following the incident, Kate reports that the abusers used what had happened as a direct and ongoing threat to ensure Kate's silence. They repeatedly told her that the murder had occurred because she had spoken to the police instead of and insisted that it was her fault. That's extra devious right here. They used someone that they were going to probably kill already, and then framed her actions for the cause of it. Like we're killing her to make a point to you, right? Exceedingly devious. Again, monsters, right? This message was delivered consistently and became a central part of their coercive control. They made it clear that the same thing could happen to Kate or others if she ever disclosed anything happened. On another occasion, Kate reports that she was taken from her local church at a Sunday morning service. She was taken to a nearby city an hour away to do the jobs. She alleges that she was raped in the car on the way to the city. She eventually managed to get away from her perpetrators, but they followed and caught up with her and dragged her off into a canal patch and raped her. After the perpetrators left, Kate left the structure and attempted to walk back along the canal path. She was visibly injured, distressed, and her clothing was damaged. A group of men who were fishing nearby saw her in this state and contacted the police. Emergency services attended, and she was taken to the hospital for medical attention. Kate reports that no effective safeguarding measures were put in place following this incident. When Kate turned 17, she joined the local college. This transition created significant changes in her routine. She had more independence, fewer supervised hours, and less direct oversight from adults compared with her previous school. This increased her vulnerability as the individuals exploiting her were able to take advantage of the additional freedom and reduced monitoring associated with college life. Kate's parents found it increasingly difficult to keep her safe and was placed in edge of care services under the age of 18. She stayed at the care home 2 nights a week and as a respite care for her family. During this period, she reports that she was trafficked by the gang to London. While there, she was subjected to repeated sexual exploitation. At one point, she managed to contact the care home and inform them of her location. A colleague provided guidance over the phone and directed Kate to a place where she could remain safe until help arrived. The police attended and collected her from the location. She disclosed the exploitation that had occurred, and on this occasion, the officers took her account seriously and responded with what she felt was appropriate concern. They advised that she should not return immediately to her local area due to the risk to her safety. However, Kate's local authority did not agree with this and insisted that she be returned home. Staff from the care home traveled to London to collect her and return her to the placement. So now we have two competing authorities here, right? Hold on. So here, the police actually took her seriously. And they actually said, do not go back to her area because of the safety issue, right? The gangs there know your name. They know where you live. Do not go back for the time being, right? However, Kate's local authority did not agree. You know, the one that has a cop that was involved in raping her. You know, the one that has the one the gangs have the cop night. The local authority did not agree with this and insisted that she be returned home. I wonder why. Staff from the care home traveled to London to collect her and return her to the placement. So we had one group of police that was actually looking like they might be doing the right thing. And then a second group of police said, no, absolutely not. She needs to come back. I wonder if there was any court proceedings that resulted in a court order for her to return. It doesn't say anything about that, though. I gotta get a drink of the soda. During this period, a retired police officer became aware of Kate's situation through a mutual connection. A friend got in touch with him on Kate's behalf, and he got in touch with Kate. He traveled to meet her in person the next morning and came to her college. He expressed an intention to support her and stated that he believed he could assist, but explained that due to her age, he would need to lease. Hold on. This word I actually don't see very often. Is this a British word? In before it's actually a really common word.
Liaise.
Okay, so that's liaise. Need to liaise. Let me actually check the meaning of this word. Communicate, cooperate, or serve as a connecting link between two or more people, groups, organizations to share information and work together. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. We need to liaise with my allocated social worker before taking any formal action. Kate's social worker declined to engage with him. The situation quickly became confusing and overwhelming for Kate. The lack of cooperation from professionals, combined with the ongoing exploitation and her deteriorating mental health, led to a significant emotional crisis. Kate became extremely distressed and expressed intentions to end her life while at college. As a result, she was sectioned under the Mental Health Act and taken for assessment. Shortly after this incident, Kate was taken again by the individuals exploiting her. They told her that they knew she had spoken to the police. She was removed from college and taken to a red room setting. Another girl, Meg, was also present. During this incident, Kate alleges that she was forced to witness extreme violence that resulted in Meg losing her life. This, she says, was done deliberately, and the perpetrators made it clear that this was a direct consequence of their belief that she had disclosed information to the police after her sectioning. Again, I don't believe that they killed Meg because she acted this way. I think that they were already probably going to kill Meg, and that they just decided, they realized that they could use this as psychological warfare against Kate. By the way, this gang killed 2 Britons. This gang of illegals killed 2 Britons. Before Kate was due to start university, she reports that she was taken to London during the Notting Hill Carnival and made to engage in street-based sex work. At one point, Kate found the nearest police officer and attempted to explain that she was not safe, that she had been trafficked, and that she was worried her abusers would find her. They confirmed that she had been reported as a missing person and contacted Kate's father, who told the officers that she was lying and refused to come to collect her. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate, because remember, like, her parents were gaslit by the professionals who said that, oh, she's not actually being trafficked, she's being a degenerate. So the father is doing this because he thinks that she is just willingly engaging in debauched behavior, and he doesn't want to support it. So that fucking sucks. The officer then transported her to the police station. When she arrived, she was told that she could not remain there, and that because her father had declined to collect her, she would need to leave the station. No safeguarding measures were put in place, and she feared that the individuals exploiting her would find her again. She felt entirely abandoned by the adults and professionals who had kept her safe, and overwhelmed and distressed, again attempted to take her own life. Soon after, she started university, a goal she wanted to achieve, as she thought it would be a route out of the abuse. However, the increased independence and reduced oversight associated with university life created new opportunities for the individuals abusing her to extend the exploitation beyond Kate's local area. This, she reports, marked the point in which her trafficking became national in scope, with the abuse occurring across multiple regions in Britain. Over the course of this academic year, Kate alleges that she was regularly taken to a range of cities across Britain. These movements were frequent and often unplanned and carried out with little notice, making it impossible for her to establish any stability or predictability in her daily life. Again, this is to make her feel powerless. There is a function behind this. The level of violence during this period increased significantly. My injuries became more frequent and more visible. On several occasions, Kate's university lecturers and friends noticed bruises and other marks which reflected the severity and regularity of the abuse. Despite the indicators of harm, no effective safeguarding interventions took place, and the exploitation continued. On one occasion, Kate was taken by her abusers from an area close to the university. They told her that she was in trouble because she had not been available for jobs due to a recent hospital admission. Oh, you got hurt and you can't work? Well, now you're in trouble. She was transported to a remote location and held in a caravan for approximately 9 days. During this period, she reports that she was subjected to repeated sexual violence, severe physical assaults, and sustained torture, including being raped by a dog as the men placed bets on whether it would penetrate her vagina or her anus. Filmed and forced to rewatch the footage, this was the most extreme and prolonged incident she had experienced and represented a significant escalation in the level of harm and control being exerted over her. The duration, isolation, and intensity of the abuse during this period had a lasting and profound impact on her physical and psychological well-being. Over the following year, Kate went missing for several extended periods and was subjected to continuous trafficking and rape across the country. When the COVID-19 lockdown began, her day-to-day movements and university activities were restricted in line with national guidelines. However, the individuals controlling her exploitation continued to expect her to attend jobs throughout this period. The lockdown did not reduce the level of contact or demand placed on her. Let's see. So COVID stopped, you know, the fucking court system from working, but it didn't stop these people from sexually exploiting her. Interesting. Interesting, right? What's that old what's that statement? The function of the purpose of a system is what it does. The function of a system is what it does. What is this system that Britain has established actually doing? If the function of a thing is what it does, what's the function? You know, obviously, what is the function here? It almost seems as if the British police force does not actually exist to maintain law and order, but actually exists to potentially subvert the entirety of the British people, right? To demoralize them. I don't know. Maybe Britain needs to seriously rethink its current relationship with the people who are currently wearing badges, right? Following this period, the trafficking began to reduce gradually. Kate received a positive, conclusive grounds decision through the National Referral Mechanism confirming she was a victim of trafficking and exploitation. What a fucking... Okay. The grooming behaviors to which Kate was subjected did not follow the boyfriend model or grooming tactics that are often associated with child sexual exploitation. Instead, the abuse she experienced was based primarily on blackmail, coercion, and threats. From the outset, the individuals involved used fear, intimidation, and coercion rather than affection or persuasion or to entrap and exploit her. The demographics of the men abusing Kate were mixed. The first group who trafficked and exploited her were primarily white British or from Gypsy, Roma. What the fuck? This is the same thing. Anyway, Gypsy, Roma, or traveler backgrounds. As she got older and was trafficked more widely, the primary abuser demographics were Pakistani, Bangladeshi, and Bengali Muslims. So, yeah, she was abused by, apparently, gypsies and Brits, but she was also primarily, because let's be fair, again, her original abuse was by a white British person, but the actual trafficking abuse was done by Muslims. Right? I'm just saying, there seems to be patterns to recognize in the like, how specific groups are doing specific crimes, right? Anyway, the other victims she encountered were almost exclusively white British. So almost all the traffickers were Muslim. Almost all the victims were native Britons. Kate was repeatedly subject to racially and religiously motivated and Kate was repeatedly subject to racially and religiously motivated, and being white was repeatedly used as a justification for the abuse or to minimize or dismiss the harm being inflicted. That is a weirdly worded sentence. Okay. Kate was verbally attacked and demeaned because of her religion, including being mocked for wearing a cross and being told her Christian faith offered no protection. The abusers regularly suggested that her God had abandoned her. Again, this is religious warfare. Comments were constantly made suggesting that white and girls and Christian girls were viewed as having degraded moral character or lower value, whereas Muslim girls were described by some of the men as having dignity and higher moral standing. The men who were forcing a 16-year-old girl to be raped by a dog filmed it and then showed the girl who was raped by a dog the video of her being raped by a dog, are the ones saying that Christian girls have no morals. Never listen to a devout Muslim tell you anything about morals. These people are, again, they pretend as if they are moral. They have certain statements that are very clearly correct morally, right? But you actually do a little bit of digging and it turns out, oh, okay, that's actually not what you mean half the time, right? So on the surface, it sounds like it means this, but when you actually dig down and you actually read, this is what it actually means. So, yeah, just gotta put that out there, right? And it's like, okay, I'm like, oh yeah, the white Christian girl says it's wrong to rape. The literal rapist says it's okay to rape the white women. The white Christian girl says it's wrong to commit bestiality. the noble Muslim says, "Oh, it's okay to force a dog to rape a woman if they're white and Christian." The moralist white Christian says it's not good. It's not permissible to beat your wife. The noble Muslim says if your wife does not comply, beat her. Asmongold got banned for saying something, but he was absolutely right. Anyway, Kate has participated in this inquiry because she feels a personal responsibility to speak up for the many girls across the country who are unable to do so, and to help ensure that the realities of this form of exploitation are understood, and the meaningful change can be achieved. The system that should have protected Kate did not recognize the risks she was facing, and did not respond effectively when concerns were raised. And in some cases, she feels contributed to them to the harm by dismissing or disbelieving what was happening. For powerful testimony sourced from beyond our hearings, see Appendix 1. So, Kate, comments were constantly made suggesting that white girls and Christian girls were viewed as having fewer morals or lower values, where Muslim girls were described by some of the men as having dignity and higher moral standing. These comparisons were used to justify the way I was treated and to further humiliate and control me. I was also subjected to religiously charged comments designed to shame and dehumanize me, including statements implying that God had abandoned me or would reject me because of what had been done to me. These people, these literal child fuckers, seriously believe that they have the moral upper hand. It gets frustrating because, like, again, as someone who actually has like 5 Qurans and has a complete set of Sunni hadith, none of this is particularly surprising in that, again, these Muslim gangs would do this. As someone who is also familiar with the history of like the Red-Green Alliance, it's also not entirely surprising that the communists, the crypto communists, would put up with this and facilitate it. And it's also not surprising to me, as someone who has been watching the I Just Want to Grill, would ignore this. And I guarantee you there's a significant portion of I Just Want to Grill who will continue to ignore this to everyone's detriment. So it's just infuriating that this had been happening for 10 years. People have been investigating these things for 10 years. This has been known for 10 years. And now it's finally made the impact it should have made 10 years ago. After, again, what was it, 250,000 girls in the lower estimate? 250,000 British girls. Nanking, at its highest estimate, was what, like 60,000, 80,000? Again, the suggestion of the Nuremberg trials is not hyperbole. We might actually merit the requirement for a Nuremberg trial, and as much as this is happening in the United Kingdom, imagine what's going on in the rest of Europe that actually is also facing a migrant crisis. You want to know where this is almost certainly not happening? Poland, because Poland didn't play this game. So, this is incredibly frustrating. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to get into, not now, but later, tomorrow, we're going to get into whistleblower territory. So that will be the end of this section for today. I understand that this was probably extremely difficult for people to get through, but it's kind of important that we know what we're dealing with. And just because again, the left is going to try to cover this up. Doesn't mean that we have. It doesn't mean we have a pass to not understand what's going on. And I have a sneaking suspicion some of this is going to get probably worse as it gets further and further on, because if we go down here, hold on, where is it? If we go down here, there are sections in the text which are blanked out. Now, I don't know what the context of this blanking is right now, but I guess we will see. All right, so I understand that was probably a killjoy. I understand that this is probably not what anyone wanted to hear today, right? Killjoy. I understand that this is... Okay, that was annoying. Okay. Let's go to the creator dashboard, and let's see if there's anyone to raid. That's actually probably not the button I was looking for. That was actually not the button I was looking for. Son of a bitch. Okay. I need a stream manager. Ooh, okay. Let's see. Leaf's on. Ooh, Cyril was on. One of the leftists I actually had a decent conversation with that actually, like, wanted to have a conversation. Let's see. Eustace the Useful is on. Who else is on? Sigrid and Bird is on, but they've been on for like 6 hours. Holy fuck. Let's see. Ooh, Celestium is on. Oh, yeah, because they're talking about Mormonism and Eastern Orthodoxy. Okay, let's see. Pipkin Pippa. He's only been on for an hour. Let's see. Yeah, there's not... Okay, so there's not a lot of people on right now, apparently. Alright. I understand that, like, a lot of us are in the particular position of if we speak, we shall glow kind of deal, which is understandable. Okay, let's see. Okay, Leaf's been on for like 3 hours. Let's see. Holy fuck, Cyril has been on for 12. Oh my god, I just noticed that. Man, some of these people are real endurance streamers. 10 fucking hours! What the fuck? Okay. Okay, okay, so so Celestium's been on for like an hour. 148 viewers. Oh, Coconut's on. It's also been on for like 2 hours. Pipkin Peppa's been on for like 1 hour. Oh, she got a really pretty new model. Okay. Oh shit, Kitsuragi is on, but he's been on for like almost 4 hours. Holy fuck. Okay, so it's either going to be Celestium or Pippa. As much as I like Pippa, I think we might need a I think we might need a bit of a turn from the horrors now to something a little bit more, I'm torn between this. "2015 was 85 years ago." Oh, you know what? Fuck it. Yeah, fuck it. We're just going to Celestium. Okay, I will put the link in the chat for YouTube and Kick. And I think YouTube has a Celestium. Okay. Let me double check, because I think YouTube has a Celestium live stream as well. Okay. Yep. Okay. So for anyone looking for... Oh, that's fair. Good night, Philip. So anyone who wants to join on YouTube, there's the YouTube link. I don't know if she has a Kick. That would be interesting to check, actually. Ooh, okay, so she is on Kick. Rest well, y'all, alright? Alright, so there are the links for Celestium VT. And I am going to raid now. So y'all have a lovely day. And I will pick this up tomorrow, but I'll also have a more fun thing for a short thing to, you know, tie this over.
On one big book, we're measured by the fact that we